determined to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and yeah, I've been on the air here just shy of 25 years, and you guys know that when I endorse something, I have a few very important things. Number one, I love it when they're local. Number two, I have to be willing to use them myself. This is where Pest Pros came in, or comes in, I should say, because I've known these guys as Kings fans a long, long time. I also have a mouse problem at my house. I also have a cockroach problem at my house. And I did it the old-fashioned way. Went through Facebook, got a hold of these guys. We became friends. And when I found out what Pest Pros does in the community, I thought, I've got to have you guys on the air. We've got a partner. Locally owned, locally operated. Their kids go to school with your kids. You're going to get pest control somewhere. Get it with Pest Pros. Here's how you get a hold of them. PestProsPS.com, or call them at 916-588-9345. That's 916-588-9345, and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Just take one bite. You're going to love it. Hey, my name is Ezekiel, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And the little thing I love about the new Chick-fil-A chicken and waffles is that I can enjoy it all day. It's the perfect combination of sweet and savory. The chicken, it was juicy, crispy, and all around it tasted amazing. The waffle is fluffy, and the syrup makes it 10 times better. You can have it for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Chicken and waffles is definitely the way to go.
Order chicken and waffles at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Menu switches from breakfast to lunch at 10:30 a.m. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, all beds are on sale during our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Need a reason to hit the range this week? Well, Hagen Oaks has too. Monday nights are happy hour all night long with special pricing on hot dogs and ice cold beer while you hit balls under the lights. Then Thursday, join the new Top Tracer competition nights. Play Pebble Beach, compete in closest to the pin, long drive, and more with fun interactive games for every skill level. Grab your friends and make Hagen Oaks your weeknight destination. Visit HagenOaks.com for more details. Hagen Oaks Driving Range, more games, more laughs, more reasons to play.
KHD, HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader.
This is the Drive, baby!
The Drive Guys, Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles. It's drive time with the Drive Guys.
Yeah, it's Friday. We got Ramsey keeping us on the air today, and we got Brendan Nunes, nice enough to fill in. Brendan, what do you think of this weather? Still very, very, very warm, but a little overcast. Reminds me a little bit of some of the weather we had when we were in Vegas.
Whitey, I wore some jeans yesterday, and it felt like a bold decision. I was like, it's hot, but the studio, we keep it nice in here. Going to be inside for a while. We get out of here a little later. Today, jeans felt like the right move, and I appreciate it. I'm a little tired of the short weather, like Bay Area guy, like some clouds in the sky.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good about it. What about yourself? Is this your vibe?
I do. I do like it. It's just kind of, I don't know if it's a negative ions or what, just kind of mellow for a Friday. It's like, ooh, it's nice. And it's a nice reminder that it's still summer and we love summer, but fall is coming. Football is coming. And speaking of Vegas, as I just was, I think I know why Matt George is so upset today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it the fight his kid got into, or?
Well, even before that, that obviously is, it's just something you got to deal with. Again, I'm on the side of his son, and I want to make sure that he gets a fair shake out of this. But the thing that I'm sure is really troubling Matt is that he watches the game and he's going on in today. I'm 49er fans of this, 49er fans of that. It's like, man, this is really for a preseason loss. Something's really, he's really got a burr in his saddle, whatever that means. And I think what it is he watches the game and he realizes that the 49ers in Kalen Black, they have the best player on the roster from Indiana's team last year. And that's got to be tough. Because they had the first pick and they go Fernando Mendoza, but I think the 49ers actually have the better offensive player from Indiana last year on the team now, and that's got to be tough to deal with.
A lot of Hoosiers out there.
Yeah.
CJ West on that defensive line, maybe not the guy to highlight, but he was out there. Kalen Black looked really good. Maybe this weather would feel more gloomy if the Niners didn't get a win yesterday, Whitey. I don't care about preseason, but I care about beating the Raiders, just so I can talk a little bit of crap to Matt George.
And just so they can't, although he still found a way, but yeah.
Well, they had their starters out there, Whitey, for, I believe it was the first 2 drives. And Kirk looks all right. Fernando comes in and throws the pick. Niners, it's second, third stringers out there. Kalen Black looking great. All of a sudden, conversations, hey, is McCaffrey going to play a little bit less this year? Never seems to actually happen,
right.
Whitey.
Yeah.
He does not want to come out of the game. But I think that he looked impressive out there. Justin James, third string running back, 5th round pick last year, looking pretty impressive as well.
Good running back room.
Maybe the best that Kyle Shanahan has had. Definitely the best that they've had behind Christian McCaffrey. So,
yeah. Although I got to say Washington for the Raiders, they look like they're going to be okay without Ginty for a while because he's had a phenomenal preseason.
He looked pretty good too. That was maybe the only good part of their offense because don't look at their wide receiver room. Naylor had a great catch early in that drive against with Mendoza out there, but gosh, they don't have any targets out there for those guys.
Yeah. You mentioned CJ West, so CJ and AJ, Alfred Jenkins and CJ West, they played a lot last night. That's not good. That means that they didn't earn the night off like Stribling did. So that's another source of concern for the 49ers right now, the interior of the defensive line. But Brendan, I know yesterday and the last few weeks, I've been like so many other people, just really focusing on all the negatives surrounding the 49ers right now. And today, we all know about all that stuff off the field. And I'm not saying it's not nothing, but I am saying that I'm focusing more on the positives today. What's actually going well for the 49ers? And I think you touched on what to me is the biggest, which is just how well the 3 running backs look right now.
Yeah, having some depth there is going to be important. I think the Niners need depth all around, the amount of injury issues that they've been dealing with. But McCaffrey's been pretty healthy overall during his time in San Francisco outside of one season. But, his history and having that reserves behind him, guys that you feel comfortable relying on, right? Like Kalen Black, not the fastest guy, but I think he does a good job getting downhill, earning those extra yards after the first contact. And it's a good problem to have in that sort of depth. And I do find it a little bit funny. This is just preseason, have to keep that in mind always and reference that as way too many times in my mind because I do think that's very important to keep in perspective here. But guys that the Niners were getting ridiculed for drafting. Deshaun Stribling looked great.
Yep.
They got a lot of crap for that. Kalen Black, 3rd round, right? Like, they got a lot of crap for that. And he's looking good. You know, this is where you have reporters asking, hey, why do you guys reach every single year? You know, Grant Cohn, shout out to him, asking the hard questions out there. Somebody has to do it. But it's guys that they were getting a lot of criticism for that are showing up big right now. And the Niners need that. They don't draft very well at the top of the draft. Usually,
they draft upside down.
They do. It's weird.
The top's like, what'd you do that for? And then later on, it's like, that guy's the greatest player ever.
Yeah, like they traded their 2nd round pick, and it's like, oh my God, they got a 5th rounder? The 5th rounder, they're going to get a future Pro Bowler.
Yep,
4th, 5th round, Fred Warner, George Kittle. But finding some guys towards the top, if they can still produce once we reach regular season, is a good sign for John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, guys that haven't done a great job of bringing in this next generation.
And
so far.
to that point, we haven't quite reached the regular season yet, but it's right there now. The preseason is over. No more. Well, as you just pointed out, very eloquently, yeah, but it's just preseason. Well, we don't have to worry about that anymore. I know we still got some preseason meat left on the bone this weekend, but as far as the Raiders and 49ers are concerned, let's get ready for the regular season with the 49ers kicking off the season.
Do you think we could end up shortening the preseason again? It was 4 at one point.
I remember when they played 6.
Yeah, 6?
Yeah.
I don't even think I knew that, Whitey. That's,
yeah.
6
a long
is
time.
crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You're playing half a season.
Right. 14-game season and then 6 preseason games. And so, to me,
Why?
That's a good question.
That's crazy.
To me, 3 feels like, I can live with that.
Yeah.
But it's still too many, but it's half what they had before.
6 is crazy.
They probably, if you had just had 1, just think of that. Then it actually would be a bigger thing.
Right. I get it. I wonder if almost even like 2 would be too few. I think I would be fine with it. But I could see the value of, hey, you're trying to figure out who's making the 52-man roster, right? This isn't about the starters at a certain point. Like, NBA is different. Other sports, a little bit different of getting into that rhythm there. You want to risk the injuries, don't want to risk the injuries in football, obviously, but you still need these games to help figure out those final spots. The Niners are still figuring out some of their starting offensive and defensive line in that 3rd game yesterday. So it's a weird one to me where I'm like, I could see it shortening, especially if you add more regular season games, right? Like they always seem to like to, obviously bringing in more money.
Yeah.
Then maybe that's when you would shorten preseason again from there.
They're trying to get to the point where they have 18. At some point, I don't know what too many regular season games is, just as far as, the players physically, can they hold up? But that's a whole nother can of worms. Speaking of the draft, I was thinking of this last night, watching Eddie Pinheiro. There goes Pinheiro. And he's phenomenal. And the 49ers, again, just kind of had a savior fall in their lap. You look at what they did when they trade up to get Trey Lance, and that's the type of mistake that can set a franchise back half a decade, and instead, they got Brock Purdy, and they deserve credit for drafting him at all, but obviously they had no idea how good he was going to be, and so that just kind of erases that mistake. And then, taking Jake Moody when they did, 3rd round pick, 2023? It's like, that was a terrible pick.
3rd is crazy.
Terrible pick.
And it was viewed as terrible at the time.
Yeah. And, this time last year, it's like, oh my goodness, can they still keep him? What's going to happen? And they get rid of him and they sign free agent Eddie Pinheiro. And it's like, he's one of the best players on the team. How do they do that?
I've always found kicker to be one of the crazier positions in all of sports, right? Like, you are on the team, obviously, but you're very much an individual. And I think the mind game of you're sitting around for who knows how long, right? Pinheiro wasn't sitting around much yesterday. He's 6 for 6 out there. He's getting those reps in.
Again?
But it's just like, okay, I've been sitting here. I haven't really doing anything. Maybe kick a couple warm-ups here and there. And it's like, hey, by the way, we need you to run out there, highest pressure moment of the game, and either we win it or lose it off you make this. I feel like so much of that has to be on the mental end, and Moody, when they pick him, it's like, well, this guy went to Michigan. He's kicking through tough weather.
Right.
He's making everything.
Right.
He's got the leg on him. Everybody has a crazy leg on him now, making it from 60 plus. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You need 1 first down, and all of a sudden you're in field goal range with the kickoff rules. It's crazy what's going on out here. But the Niners did essentially get bailed out in both of those scenarios.
Yeah.
I think obviously quarterback more impactful, but as you said, they didn't know what they were getting in Purdy. And the fact that played out in the way that it did is one of the crazier moments and turning points of this organization, because it could have started to go downhill. That's one of the things I'm curious about with the Niners in general, is at what point they're an older roster reliant on these top guys that are older. At what point are we reaching a full reset? And I'm sure it'll slowly happen, but Purdy's that piece they have of like, okay, this is the bridge into that next, and you hope that Stribling can be that, and maybe Kalon Black, but they really lucked out with both of those guys, and I feel really confident when Pinheiro goes up there right now, Whitey.
Yeah.
And when it was Moody,
I know.
Was not feeling good.
Luck is the key, and I don't mean this literally. It's almost as if, I don't mean that this is actually the way it works, so please don't come after me on the text line or in the chat, but it's almost as if the football gods, small g as Coach Harbaugh would say, they looked at the Niners like, man, look at that, all those injuries. That's really not fair. That we probably have given them too much bad luck injury-wise. How do we make it up to them? Well, how about Brock Purdy? And then Eddie Pinheiro. I was like, yeah, that might even things out a little bit.
It eventually does it, like Jake Tongas steps up, or rookie linebackers stepping up last year. Like, I think they continue to have different players step into these roles, and maybe that speaks to some of these guys they did draft and they managed to bring up into being rotational players, not stars necessarily in a lot of these cases. So it is, I do think, a credit to we've seen this be the same front office, same general manager for a long time, that they have an identity there. Like, they have an expectation that I think when players go to that team, they know what their opportunity is. And we might be at the point, Whitey, where if, hey, you're a backup and you're going there, you're like, hey, these guys get hurt a lot, I might have a chance of stepping in.
Do you know the song? It's an old song, Shake Your Booty, Shake, Shake, Shake.
Yeah.
Well, last year they let go of Moody right before what could have been a classic parody song. And actually, J. Ross helped me with this, but it was going to be shank, 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 shank it, shank it, Moody, shake it, Moody. But then they decided, I think they heard about the song and they decided.
I don't think you would have helped his mental battle. That's one of two. You're either adding to the motivation or you're just sending him further in the depths of this mental pit that he's in. Is he on it? Didn't he get anything happen from the post Bears?
He was with Washington this preseason,
Washington,
and he didn't win that job.
Yeah.
So I don't know where he is. We'll see. Kickers are kind of like, in a way, almost like relief pitchers, and maybe it's because there's so much variance because they don't really kick that many times. You miss 2 kicks and it's like, the guy's the worst ever, So they go up and down. So maybe Moody at some point, he's going to continue to kick somewhere, and then somebody gets hurt and somebody will call him up and, he'll win his first game. He'll kick the game winner and he still has a chance to get that career on track. But it does seem like he doesn't think it's going to happen.
No, it could change quickly, though, like you said, right? I'd imagine being a free agent kicker is its own world where you feel like I could get a call at any point if somebody else.
Well, Pinheiro was last year when the 49ers got him.
Yeah, and maybe Moody somehow ends up being in the Pinheiro role, So I think he could step into something eventually. Obviously, the talent was there. It's just, I imagine it's got to be a lot of a mental hurdle dealing with that and getting into a rhythm of the same team. Maybe it's stadium, whatever it is, making up excuses for him at this point. But I'm real glad that we got Pinheiro back there. 6 for 6. Wasn't the most exciting game yesterday,
no,
Whitey,
it was
I would
not.
say. No touchdowns.
Right.
It didn't really do it for me.
Yeah,
but
it was. I think when I turned it on last night on the radio first and then the TV at home, and it was like 12-12. It's like, here we go, 7 minutes to go, 12-12. That should be somewhat exciting, but it's not at all.
No. A lot of field goals, like I guess a decent amount of points. This isn't going back to NFC Championship game when they play the Rams. It wasn't that like a 3-9 game. I guess different than that. Although nowhere near as entertaining comparing this postseason championship game to preseason.
With
but
nothing at stake.
No, it didn't really do it for me.
You made the point about how guys are kicking field goals now that are so long. And it's something they talked about last night on the radio broadcast. I was listening on the station and had Bob Fitzgerald, and I think it was Dennis Brown. I'm not sure who the other person was, but they were saying
Keena Turner.
Was that? Oh, was
Keena
it Keena?
Turner.
Thank you, Ramsey Keena Turner. They say now the idea is just get to the logo. If you get to the logo, the guy's going to make the kick.
Which, crazy.
60 is the new 50, which was not that long ago, the new 40.
And is it going to keep getting further? I've seen stories about like, it's because kickers are getting the ball so much earlier now, so they get to Tom Brady this and like put the air pressure of the ball, deflate it to their comfort or whatever it may be. I don't know what's going on. Is this going to keep getting worse? There's
because who was it? Didn't Butker just make one from 69 or
it's
something?
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Like, do we need punters? What's the point here? Did you ever hear about
last night if that's bad or not? Because initially, that's it's too easy. But I don't know. I don't know if it's really better for the game or worse for the game. It's different, certainly.
I mean, kicks are entertaining. They're not as entertaining as long bomb highlight plays, but like if somebody's lining up from almost 70,
right?
I'm pretty engaged.
I'm going to take a look. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, how's this going to go? Now, if they're going in with ease, that may kill the excitement a little bit for me. I need some of these to whiff. There'd be like one guy, that's really doing it, but it's a little much.
There is some drama in the decision because obviously if I miss, then you get the ball there.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I see that. Did you ever hear about the, I don't know how much you watch soccer, but there's a Premier League striker, longtime Harry Kane.
Sure.
Right, that said after,
HC or K?
Yeah, big K. Okay.
Yeah, right. HK, yeah.
Big time player, big time striker, big guy. He said that after he retires over there, he wants to come over and try and be an NFL kicker. And I find that really intriguing. You would imagine that it would translate, right? High pressure, obviously the same kicking, different ball shape going on and everything. But I'd be very curious to see if he actually sees that through, what the following would be like from overseas, and is he actually successful? What's the process look like of getting in there? Are people going to give him chances? But I thought that'd be curious.
Again, I know I'm dating myself here, but I remember when the soccer-style kicker was like, whoa, you got to see this guy. I think it might have been Pete Gogolak, but most guys used to kick straight on.
Okay.
So there was a time I was like, what is that?
Like with the front of their foot? Straight on?
Straight on.
Okay.
With the toes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see the flaw in that, I guess. Yeah.
And then the soccer players came over and started kicking the ball more accurately and further because you use the balls on more of your foot.
Yeah.
To have more control theoretically. But yeah, it's another thing that's changed drastically.
Sure. I never would have figured that out on my own, I'll tell you that. Like, I cannot believe soccer players, the way that the ball curves. I clearly am just out of touch with this and not as educated.
Play it at all, soccer?
No. We go like 6th grade, I dyed my hair blonde. This is maybe...
What?
Yeah. We had to like fit the whole look. For some reason, I don't know. That's when I decided to bleach my hair and try it at some point, I feel like you'd try it at some point in your life. It didn't stick for a reason. Playing defense out there, just punting it anytime it gets near me, so I wouldn't say that qualifies.
I would be terrible because I would just grab the ball and throw it.
There you go.
No, you can't.
You can play goalie.
I know, but even if I didn't, I would just, I'm going to pick it up and throw it.
Like, what's the problem with this?
You ever seen team handball, which is like soccer, but you can catch it and throw it?
No. Okay. So it's just the same, except we're using our hands.
It's a much smaller field, too.
Okay.
But yeah.
Huh. Sure. You play that?
Never played it.
No?
I've watched it a little bit.
Okay.
My wife has a friend whose sons are like world class in Germany or something. So every so often we'll see some highlights from.
I didn't realize there was like a world class. There's tiers to this.
Yes, I think it's more.
It's
popular.
an Olympic sport.
Yeah,
really
it's more popular. Across the pond.
ESPN the Ocho.
It might not even be the Ocho.
Okay.
Yeah. Might be Nueve.
Yeah, there we go. We got to get a little bit higher. We might start to reach double digits.
Do you think Raider fans should be concerned at all with who, Fernando Mendoza?
I don't think so. I mean, I think the offensive line still looks horrible. I hate to start with that every time, but they were struggling against Niners backups out there and putting pressure on Mendoza. Mendoza's been dealing with pressure throughout all his preseason opportunities, and the pick he had, I mean, I'm curious where you guys stand on this because it hit him in the hands. And I don't know. I'm kind of side with a little bit of, hey, it hit you in the hands. That might be on you. It was a high pass. He had to get up there. It was a little high from Fernando, but I like that he tried to sneak it behind that second level and in between the third there.
I'll tell you, I got a really interesting perspective on that because I know that Coach Kubiak after the game said, I think that was a drop. So the coach kind of like protected him.
Yeah.
But I saw some highlights today, including one from the Raiders telecast, and they have Rich Gannon as the analyst.
My guy.
And he on that play. Yeah. He said, boy, there's like 5 defenders in that area.
Yeah.
He said, you're really taking a chance throwing it in there. So, yeah, on the one hand, it's like, whoa, tight window, and it was almost a completion. But Rich Gannon said, you just don't want to be messing with that. For the zoning linebackers, and you're throwing it into a bunch of them. He said, that's just not a smart throw.
I'll tell you, take Rich Gannon's word over mine, for sure, in that scenario.
Yeah, it's close.
Maybe not so close, Whitey. I mean, I think that I appreciate this is the time to try and do it, right? And reality is his entire rookie season, you don't want to see him just go out there and be trying some BS and making crazy amount of mistakes, but that's kind of, you go through those things in order to learn what you can and cannot get away with, right? The NFL being different caliber of athletes that you're talking about at that linebacker spot, that you're trying to sneak it over, and that's just not the same level anymore. Guys get there a lot faster. So, that could be a read that in college, that's open a second or two longer than what you're seeing at the NFL level. So it's not something that makes me worry. I think that it is still just way too early in the process.
He wasn't under center much at all last year, so that's a real adjustment. But obviously it's one that he's just got to make. I know we've been talking a lot about Derek Carr on the show, and I think we were just talking about him. Weren't we talking about Derek Carr yesterday? Anyway,
I think so.
Yeah. So I just happened to see some video. Excuse me. He's talking about playing quarterback, and Derek Carr says his superpower was he knew what defense they were in. Like he said, even before the snap, I could tell he studied film, and he just knew. He said they tried to disguise it, but I knew. So that was what he was able to do so well. We don't know if, Fernando's able to do that yet. That I can't imagine what that's like, when you're getting up there and you're starting to get into calling your signals and you're just not sure, like, what are they doing? I know where I want to throw the ball, but do they know that I want to throw the ball there? So I'm not sure how far along he is in that. I just know that Coach Kubiak, while he says we don't have to name a starter yet, he also said he needs 3 more preseason games. So it's pretty clear that the coach feels like he's not ready.
Yeah, it sounds like we just don't want to lock in this story yet, but I mean, we would be surprised if it was not Kirk Cousins out there, right? And what you're mentioning of what Derek Carr said he was good at, the reading the defenses, right? Like, this is what you hear from Brady. This is the athletic freaks that you see out there. They're, this term gets used negatively, but game managers at the highest level, and understanding of, hey, I'm going to take my check down if it's there, and reading what's going on the other end of the field and processing that quickly. Like, I feel like Kirk sort of falls in under the line of one of those guys. And I heard Clint Kubiak after the game mention that, Fernando's not only learning from his reps, he's learning from Kirk's reps, from Aiden's reps, from all the other guys that are getting out there and making these reads. So I think it's beneficial for him to still sit back, figure out the speed of the game a little bit and adjusting to this while, Kirk gets some reps in a little bit with a surrounding offense that doesn't have the most talent either. So no pain in rushing or in taking your time, I would say.
So are you saying Kings fans should be more worried about Acuff than Raider fans should be worried about Fernando Mendoza? Is that what I heard you're saying?
I mean, I think the nature of a number 1 pick versus a number 7 pick kind of takes care of that one for me.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
I'm more worried about Fernando than AJ DeBonsa, I guess. Meaning I'm not really worried about either one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Darius is a different level of worry than Fernando.
I'm sorry to bring that up. I shouldn't have blindsided you with that.
It's very okay, Whitey. The skepticism I have of Acuff is just like constantly broiling there, unfortunately. And I'm very ready to be proven wrong. I will retract all this and gladly be proven wrong. I want the Kings to get in a positive trajectory here. But right now I'm just like, okay, we need to see this. Like, we're selling him like he's the savior.
I would say the Kings need Acuff to have a better year than the Raiders need Mendoza to have this year. If Mendoza doesn't play until the end of the year and he survives, it's like, well, that's okay. But the Kings, I think, need Acuff to play a lot. And I think the thing with me about Acuff is I think by the end of the year, he has to clearly be playing better than he was at the beginning of the year.
He definitely does. And ideally, you see that progress all throughout the season, right? There should be month-to-month progression, and it's not all going to be linear, right? We learned that with the Kings in general, I think, has been a flaw of their logic, is assuming things should be linear, and that's how the Beam team ends up getting blown up after no moves were made for them to continue trending upwards. Like, I definitely think that growth is one of the most important things, probably the most important thing you could see from this Kings team, right, is Darius getting better beginning to the end of the year. You could say the same for Reynaud, who's been playing more for France right now as well, alongside some really other talented guys. Like Dylan falls under that. Neek falls under that. Doug falls under that, needing to see Doug get better because he's probably the biggest storyline of this year outside of Acuff. It feels like things would have to be pretty drastic in a positive direction for them for Doug to keep his job.
I agree. They're going to have to win a lot of games for him to have a legitimate shot at keeping his job.
And
rightly or wrongly, I think that's the reality.
Yeah, I think we were talking about it with High Flyer yesterday, Henry Turner, that they could win more games than what people are giving them credit for, right? The 22.5 line, I think that's low. They could be below it too, don't get me wrong, but like the West isn't super intimidating in the tier that the Kings are in, right? Like Golden State, Phoenix, who outperformed expectations massively last year. Like Utah still needs to prove it. I think all those teams are better than the Kings, but is there a world where they're sneaking into the play-in because Domas looks good, Zach's playing well, and maybe that means they get shipped at the deadline? But I think there's a world where they are decently competitive here, but still the most important thing is just, are you doing it on the shoulders of your young guys?
What do you think they would have to do? And we'll get your answer on the other side. Then we got more on Fernando Mendoza and why I think, as much as I'm kidding about it, I think everything's going to be fine there. But what do you think the Kings have to do this year? How many games do they have to be winning? How well do they have to be playing for fans to feel like, yeah, this is good? All right? So think about that. What are the Kings going to have to do this year? How well will they have to play for fans to feel like, all right, I'm behind this. I like this. Brendan answers that question next with the Drive Guys. Happy Friday, Sactown Sports.
Football is back.
This is Sactown, baby!
And Sactown Sports 1140 is your home for primetime NFL games this season. This is Kevin Harlan of Westwood One. Catch all the NFL primetime action. Catch Monday, Thursday, and Sunday night football, international games, the NFL playoffs, and the Super Bowl right here on Sactown Sports all season long. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, Sactown, High Flyer here. Something big is coming. DraftKings Games Day arrives a massive deal, exclusive deals, and all-day celebration built for fans and sports. The countdown has begun. All roads are leading to game day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states, from California to Florida. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, new era, and big day in sports history. Get ready to celebrate new DraftKings customers. Sign up with code SACTOWN. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That code, once again, Sactown, in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offers by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Tradings involve risk of loss, market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable prediction dollars that expires in 1 year. Terms, dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
The summer of Silverado continues at Folsom Chevy. General Manager Eric Wilson and his team have rolled out an incredible deal for August on every 2026 Silverado half-ton truck in stock with a 5.3-liter engine. $13,000 off MSRP, 0% financing for 5 years, no monthly payment for 90 days, and there's a lifetime warranty. Find it all at Folsom Chevy at the Folsom Auto Mall. Must finance with GM on approved credit. $16.67 per 1,000 financed. Cannot be combined with other offers. Ends August 30th, 2026.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery, some up to 5 years, and we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Kick back and escape to Margaritaville night with the Sacramento Rivercats on Saturday, September 5th at Sutter Health Park. Island vibes, laid-back fun, and Rivercats baseball all in one place. Grab your flip-flops and your tickets now at rivercats.com.
Country in the Park 2, presented by your California Army National Guard, October 23rd at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Russell Dickerson, plus more in enjoy line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bull, and food trucks. Tickets start at just $70. Country in the Park 2, October 23rd at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo with Sky River Casino and Joel Gott Wines. More info at CITPFest.com. High voltage live boxing action returns to the venue with Thunder Showdown number 5 on Saturday, September 5th. Uppercut Promotions lists 10 scheduled fights as a stacked lineup of pros presents a night of exhilarating boxing action you won't want to miss. You'll see some of Northern California's best pros, like undefeated fighters Kyle Lacanlale and Sergio Gonzalez, Sacramento heavyweight Blake McKernan, and much more. Don't miss Thunder Showdown number 5, Saturday, September 5th, coming to the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Fight card subject to change.
We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for the Make This the Summer sales event?
Right now, you can save up to $20,000 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 2500 and 3500s.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. 20,000 total net savings after dealer discount and factory incentives. Incentives may include 1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade, 1,000 business owner cash for verified businesses, 500 upfit military first responder bonus cash for eligible members. Incentives may not be combined with other offers or special APR programs. Excludes tax, title, and license fees. At least 5 of this net savings. See dealer for details.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
We got Brendan in for Alan. We got Ramsey in for Jay. And I think perhaps Brendan has a little more respect for my football opinions because I just told him that I used to be the color analyst for the Sacramento Mountain Lions here on Sactown Sports, radio broadcast for the United Football League's Sacramento Mountain Lions.
Light little flex. Yeah. I mean, you know what you're talking about a little bit.
Not really.
I didn't even know, I'll expose myself. I didn't even know that this was a team, to be honest.
Well, the way we started talking about it, Brendan was talking about Mike McDaniel, and I pointed out that he used to be an assistant with the Sacramento Mountain Lions, and Brendan was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Dante Culpepper out there.
Oh, absolutely.
Said, I had no idea. I had no idea. I was saying I thought Mike McDaniel would be like an interesting guy to interview. You know, that he feels like his witty personality either as a reporter would be like really annoying or really funny. And the reality is probably like would split the room. You know, some people would hate him. I think I would be laughing though.
I do wonder why, and I'm sure there's a very good reason. I'm not suggesting there's anything nefarious afoot, but I wonder why the 49ers weren't able to get him back.
Yeah, a little interesting to me. I wonder if he possibly has more responsibilities play calling wise when it comes to what's going on there with the Chargers, because obviously, you know, how Kyle is going to be running a tight ship over there. But it is interesting to me for sure if they could have gone back in that direction. But I mean, yeah, it just would have been great quotes too. I think my favorite recently was him just walking into the presser and being like, you know, how's your day going? Today is the youngest I will ever be again. So I'm doing great. Just think about that. Like, okay, thanks.
A lot of people out of Miami are saying, great coach, but not a head coach.
Could see that too.
True. Yeah, I didn't, you know, if they'd won a few more games, maybe we wouldn't say that. So
just a lot that comes with being a head coach in any league.
You kind of have to play the part, right?
You do. You have to deal with a bunch of idiots like me asking questions and things getting picked apart ridiculously. It's the responsibilities of, hey, a guy's getting cut. I have to be the one to break the news, have the tough conversations, and just being that final decision maker. It's just a different spot to be in. You can be good at what you do and a good coach without necessarily being a good lead man.
Yeah. Kyle is good at it, but he doesn't always look like the traditional, I'm the head coach of the football team. But he also is just so intense that it's like, okay, it's all right. You know, his dad was like just the epitome of I'm the head coach of this football team. And Kyle's a little different, but Mike McDaniel is like, I have no interest in being that kind of guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Laid back isn't the right term for Kyle Shanahan, but he's definitely a little more
informal almost in a way, or almost less refined.
He's not the rah-rah, like typical, like you're saying, football coach of I'm going to get in your face and be super, try to hype everybody up. And maybe there's more of that going on in the locker room than we know. But I'd imagine like Robert Saleh is more that guy, obviously, right? And back to the times he was with the Niners or teams he's on now. Like I think that it's just a little bit different of how Shanahan goes about it. And I think I appreciate it. It's Scott Perry, more professional, but I feel similar. Like it's very just to the point, and we're here for business.
Speaking of the Kings, what's your answer? What will the Kings have to do this year? How well will they have to play for Kings fans to feel like, I'm on board with this. This is good. I like this.
It's basic, but I think the answer might just be how well does Darius Acuff have to play for everybody to feel good? Because if this guy is flirting with Rookie of the Year conversation, if we get, 2 Darius Acuff game winners in the first 2 months, and he has big fourth quarters or a 15-point second quarter at some point, right, and just looks like a star out there, I think that's what would make Kings fans feel good. I wonder if that would be enough to refill up Golden One and get back to regular selling that place out as just one of the better venues and fan bases. But if it were to be just season wins, I think that they've probably flirt with 30 at very least. But I think the answer really is just like there needs to be a show to attend. And I think the show is supposed to be Darius Acuff. It could be Domas and Zach. Zach could be the best player on the team this year. I think if I had a guess, it probably goes to Domas, but Zach's not far off. Like, this is a guy I've been mentioning about can put up 25 points on 50-40. He's done it before a couple times in his career. So it could be one of those guys, but I just think there needs to be a show, right? It's this entertainment when it comes down to it and getting the fan base involved, and you have your star of the show, and other guys can fill that here and there in certain roles or scenes of the act, but it needs to be the Darius Acuff show, and I think if he's having nights of putting up 20 fairly often, then you're feeling pretty good about it as a Kings fan.
By the way, the great Tony Ray Harvey here in the chat says, Mountain Lions still owe Denny Green money on his contract. Rest in peace, Denny Green. He asks, do the Mountain Lions still owe you money, Kevin Gleason? They do not. We got paid. We made sure of that. Believe me, it was an issue at the time. Checks clear? We're good. Yes. We never had any problems with that.
And you're all good.
Yeah.
Made it out. Made sure you were taken care of.
My favorite moment from Mountain Lions football, and by the way, Denzel's son was on the team, and Denzel, I talked to him one time on the sidelines before a game, but they play their first game in Hartford, and they're coming back on the plane on Allegiant Airlines, which I'd never heard of, and this is a brand new league, and it's a little bit, they're just trying to get some traction, and they were one of the favorites to win the league, but the first game they got destroyed. And on the way back, the pilot feels the need to try to comfort them. Like, well, I thought you guys played really well.
Okay.
Yeah, seriously. It's like, this is Denny Green, who is fuming.
Yeah.
There was one of the players on the team bus at the airport said, this is best. Some people are going to get cut. And he ended up being one of them. But the pilot, the ball just didn't bounce your way today, guys. And I really thought you...
Rubbing it in.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a quick way to make sure you never fly that plane again.
Yeah.
Imagine he's telling his co-pilot, he's like, yeah, man, I think I want to say something. Co-pilot's like, dude, don't, please don't do it. I promise you're trying to be a nice guy. This is not going to go how you think
Really
it
good
will.
effort today, guys. And the ball just didn't bounce your way. And,
in the back, just fly the plane.
I think, getting back to the Kings, I think Acuff needs to play well. The rookies need to play well. And I think the team needs to be in the same zip code as the 10th spot for the most part. If they're developing at the same time they're even somewhat competitive, I think fans are going to feel like, all right, that's something I can hang my hat on after the disaster that was last year. I'm not saying that's likely. I don't know. But I think if they're able to do that, I think you'll have a ton of fans who will be on board for the most part.
They have a hard start to their schedule. It feels like a schedule that slowly gets easier as they go on. But I think that they could end up flirting with that play-in spot. And if you're within 4 to 5 games, right, it just feels like you have something to play for. It feels like that we are pushing for that spot, and now lottery odds are reworked, so you're not stressing about all that. I think the other end of that is just don't be in the relegation spot, right? Don't make the conversation this year, oh my God, just please don't be one of the 3 worst teams. Like right now, the Kings, are we going to be at the point where it's like, man, they're 2 wins ahead of Memphis and they're the 4th worst team right now. Like they better make sure to keep on winning those games, and I think there's a vast difference if that's the conversation we're having compared to, hey, they're 2 games out of the play-in.
Yeah, as far as Fernando Mendoza goes, I think he's going to be fine. He did not play well in the preseason, but that's okay. There's no need for him to. He needs more reps. It's going to be a long time before he's starting again, but I think that's okay. I have a lot more confidence in Fernando Mendoza becoming a really good player than I do in, let's see, what Jordan Love, Avril Love, or John Love. Do you know who they are?
I know Jordan Love.
Yeah, this is a different Jordan Love. This is the guy, his actual name is Dejan Love, and he's the guy who, along with his buddy, they defrauded women and convinced them that he was a 49er receiver.
I don't know if I'm not supposed to laugh, Whitey, but I can't help myself.
It's sad, but it's just so ludicrous. You can't help but go, what? You see the video of him on the beach catching passes in a helmet?
In a helmet. Every picture of him on social media he's wearing Niners gear.
Yeah.
Anybody that's an actual player is not wearing team gear in every single one of their photos.
Right.
You know, I don't know how he's in these he's driving around a Lamborghini. There's a video of him with the, workout cap on that says Niners on the side.
Right.
He's driving around talking to his followers, and the Lamborghini roof is slowly coming down. And, if you didn't know what you were talking about, I could see how he fit the part. But if you ran it by one person that knows sports.
Well, even if you don't know, it's very easy to check.
It is. Not? It's a little Google search. I did see one of his videos where he edited his own name on a Google search, and it shows, and he edited it so it pops up and shows that he is a 49ers player. It doesn't do that if you look it up on Google, but of course he made his own Photoshop, worked it into a video.
I don't have to look it up because there it is.
That's all the proof you
need. My favorite was the one you showed me where he's signing a contract, but it's just him.
He's in his living room?
Yeah.
He's in his living room.
And he's just signing something on the coffee table.
Yeah. Hey, he threw a couple chains on. He looks like he belongs, it is honestly so funny. And it is sad, like you said, but I can't help but laugh at the fact that this guy was putting this act on for this long. Mm-hmm. And I can't imagine he ever thought that when he get caught, it would be national news. But I'm so glad that it is.
I don't think he's going to make the team.
No, probably not. Probably not. What position? It depends what position we're going. Maybe it's wide receiver.
I
you
thought
saw
he
him
was
running
wide
up
receiver.
those routes.
Yeah, I thought that's what
Hey,
it
if
was.
another guy goes down, might need to call him up.
Last year they could have used him. This year I don't think he's going to.
He's an undrafted guy working his way through. Mm-hmm. It's a hard time out here. He's probably practice squad. They don't know what that means.
It's a rough one. It's a great example of how people are going to believe what they want to believe.
Whatever you see on the internet, it is true, Whitey.
Okay, well,
that's what I was told.
I'm buying it. Here's what I have right here. Chris Jackson, West Coast Preps from the Three Stooges podcast. He's going to join us with a look at opening night in the area, all over the area, in high school football. That's coming up next, Sactown Sports.
Follow Sactown Sports 1140 on Instagram and X at Sactown 1140 to see the best moments from all your favorite shows and up-to-the-minute live reactions and updates on the Kings, 49ers, and more. That's at Sactown 1140 on Instagram and X. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer, and Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust. Along with my partner and associates, I have been helping accident survivors recover for their injuries for over 25 years. And we can help you. There's no charge for calling, so please call us today.
When you get in Gingery. Just call Gingery.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento's best selection, best quality, and lowest prices on kitchen and bath products are at the new Anova Cabinet and Stone. For a limited time, get stunning new quartz countertops starting at just $159. That's right, only $159 for gorgeous quartz countertops. Listen to this. For a limited time, cabinets for kitchens and bathrooms are up to 50% off. Yes, up to 50% off new cabinets. It's a must-see, the new Anova Cabinet and Stone at Florin Road and Highway 99. Learn more at AnovaCabinetStone.com.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sepp Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sepp Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sepp's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, all beds are on sale during our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Can you believe it? High school football starting tonight. Actually, it started last night. For more on all that, nice enough to join us, owner and CEO at West Coast Preps, and he carries Joe Davidson on the Three Stooges podcast. Chris Jackson joining us. How are you, Chris?
I'm great. I appreciate you saying I carry Joe. I think it's more so Joe and I carry Jordan. Jordan's just, he's there, right? I think that's probably the way everybody feels.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Listen, we actually got things started last night. Mira Loma got the season rolling with a decisive win in 8-man football, right? Tell us about that.
Yeah, 8-man football, second year in this section, looking really good. Mira Loma defending champs. They hadn't had a winning season in, I think, 20-something years, right? They had great teams in the 60s, 70s, early 80s, struggled for a while. 8-man last year, 12-0. Dominated again yesterday against Valley, 46-0. Their quarterback Ran for 286 yards, and that guy even wrote too. No pressure on the kid, but it kind of felt like the 8-man Vince Young, the way he was running. There's some highlights there where he's making kids miss and running them over, high stepping. It was a lot of fun. And 8-man's it's growing in this area and kind of helping those types of programs restore that belief and that confidence.
Hey, Chris, Brendan Nunez here filling in for Alan Stiles. Appreciate you hopping on. What have, keeping track of what this year is going to look like in the area, is there a team in your mind that you feel like is maybe being not talked about enough or could have a chance for being better than what a lot of people are thinking?
This is a great question. It was an upset pick of the week. I'm going Bella Vista's that team. They have like 4 or 5 winless seasons the last decade, but last year won 3 games. Jason Ott took over doing an excellent job. Last year they won 3 games, but another 4 games were 1-score losses. Played Casa Roble really tough. They bring back a lot. Devon Norwood, I think, ran for 1,800 yards last year. He's back, single season rushing record there. Their quarterback's a third-year starter, Jack Stanley. They've got a 6'4", 215-pound tight end that's back too. That's really impressive. And it was the first time I've driven into Bella Vista in quite some time and seen these kids and been like, yeah, these are football guys, right? You can tell they've been in the weight room, and that's one of those teams that's going to make noise. They're in a tough league. They've got to open up with 12 Bridges tonight and Casa Roble next week. But I'm speaking to like Casa Roble's coach, to 12 Bridges coach, they are very high on Bella Vista too, and they have said it's the first time in a while where we know going into that BV game, we cannot just say we're going to win.
Chris Jackson with us from West Coast Preps and the Three Stooges podcast. We're talking some high school football, of course. Is Folsom's 14-game home winning streak in serious jeopardy tonight against Cardinal Newman Santa Rosa?
I don't think so. Newman's got so much talent. Their running back who came in from Clovis, James Caruso, is eligible. He just got deemed eligible, I think, yesterday or the day before. Got some 400-pound linemen there, too. Just unbelievable, but Folsom is Folsom. They're going to do what they do. Brody Grudnicki, just the next quarterback of how you go from an Alabama quarterback to a BYU kid to a Cal kid in that span. That's what they've done for over a decade. Rob Larson's hurt going to UCLA, but they got a 6'4" kid from St. Mary's moved up here, going to San Jose State. They've got other receivers with D1 offers, 3 running backs that can play at the next level, a line that's huge, a defense bringing back a lot, just a lot of starters, kids going to the next level. So I don't think it's in jeopardy. I think the game that would put it more in jeopardy is Mission Viejo next week, coming up from SoCal and returning that home and home. But I think Folsom gets it done and wins by a few scores tonight.
Chris, you mentioned Rodney there in Folsom. Who are the other quarterbacks that you're really keeping close tabs on throughout the year here?
One that I just saw earlier this week, I think a name people need to know. You think of Placer being a run-heavy team. They're still going to run the ball a lot. They're going to throw the ball more. Chase Rodarty's only a sophomore. He's had, I think, a grandpa's coach there. His father's on staff. He's got a great arm. He threw for nearly 300 yards against 12 Bridges last year. He is really good. Blake Nycombe over at Grant, a Folsom transfer, now gets the full season to be a starter. I think that's another kid that's kind of flying under the radar a little bit, especially just because of only playing half the season. Then at Oak Ridge, they've got Nick Johnson, another Folsom transfer. His dad is Nick Johnson Sr., played in the big leagues. He's got a Nevada offer. Really good arm. Luke Tabor at Del Oro. He's got to sit the first 5 weeks, but he's got a San Jose State offer. I go down to Franklin and Elk Grove. Their quarterback is back, 2,500 yards last year, 32 touchdowns. And if you want to go really deep into this section, there's a sophomore at Houston High School in the TVL that's got a Cal offer already. I don't know how you go from a 4-star to this kid at a small school, but some darn good quarterback. Like Brody's at the top, but there are some other guys that are going to make a lot of noise. And I mentioned a few kids too that got some Folsom ties too, so it just shows that Folsom program in that lineage just goes everywhere.
That's Chris Jackson, West Coast Preps, and as I said, the Three Stooges podcast. What other matchups are you keeping an especially close eye on tonight, opening night?
I think Whitney West Park is one of those under the radar matchups. There's so many good ones because you look at the Bay Area. There's Dale Sal Sarah's playing tonight, so that's going to get a lot of shine. Folsom's going to get shine. I'll be at Whitney West Park. I think your guy Ramsey's going to be there with me too, right? We always like to go to the same game, so he's going there. He knows that's a good matchup. Del Oro's home against Downey out of Modesto, who's always really good. I'm really keeping my eyes on Bella Vista, 12 Burgess. 12 Burgess hasn't lost a regular season game with seniors on campus.
Wow.
Incredible run there. You're not supposed to do that when you open a school, but Here they've done that, but you got to go to Bella Vista. Casa Robles at Placer, and the home teams won that matchup the last 5 times ever since they've started that series. It's at Placer, and just an incredible atmosphere there. What they've got. Sutter and Oak Ridge are both playing in Texas at the same time. Actually staying at the same hotel. So those are some interesting matchups. There's a lot, man. That's a loaded question. Grant's going down to a state champion in Fresno Central, at least, who Grant actually beat last year, and Central never lost again after that. Manteca goes out to St. Francis in the Bay Area. St. Mary's is playing Bishop Minogue from Nevada. There's good small school football. Bradshaw Christian's home against Calaveras, who's the defending state champion. I think we've said football's never been better out here and at every level, right? I could probably name another 8-10 matchups.
Busy, yeah.
Pretty sure I didn't name a few that I should have that I probably forgot or glanced over, but that shows you how good.
I'll throw one in there real quick. Friend of the program, Eric Crocker of Edison and Stockton is starting his career off again at home against Elk Grove.
And then they go to Franklin next week, and they got a few good matchups in a row at Edison. They got some D1 guys too.
Yeah, Chris, you don't have to out who feels what way, but between yourself, Joe, and Jordan, is there any players or teams that you guys find yourself having debates on the caliber of where these players or coaches, teams land?
That's a really good question. In terms of who we disagree with, I think I just disagree with Jordan on everything.
Yeah.
Because he's Jordan, right? You have to disagree with him. I think, honestly, though, we agree with each other on most teams. I think we're pretty much in agreement. Folsom's the top dog until they're proven otherwise. Don't look past Oak Ridge. Sutter's that D5 favorite going to state for the first time last year, and they have a 4-star who's 6'4", 250. Troy Bowens on the edge also plays tight end going to Cal. I don't think we disagree on a whole lot. I think maybe you disagree on D2 and D4, but those divisions are still wide open. D2's got St. Mary's, the defending state champs, Manteca, Del Oro, Jesuit, Rockland. That's just to name a few. D4 is wide open. Patterson's got a lot. Placer looks like a favorite there too. And I don't know if there's a whole lot we disagree on, but it's also August 28th, so maybe circle back September 4th. And 7 days from now, and I'm sure we'll disagree on some stuff, but I think we're all in agreement on those teams. Bella Vista's going to rise pretty quick. Now, because I say that means Twin Bridges will take that and win a pretty big game tonight, just because I say that, right? And maybe that's what they want to, but I think we're in agreement on most things right now. That everything looks good on paper, right? Until we see these teams actually play at 7 p.m. tonight or 7:30, we have no idea what's going to happen.
Chris Jackson, thanks for your time. Please keep Ramsey out of trouble if such a thing is possible, and we hope to talk to you again soon.
I think he's got to keep me out of trouble.
Okay.
But I appreciate you guys having me on, and thanks for having me. Have a good weekend, guys.
Absolutely. You too. Thank you. Chris Jackson with the high school season getting underway. When we come back, can this Ben Simmons update?
Oh, gosh.
Can this actually be true? We'll break it down next on Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey there, Mark and Tom, the travel and entertainment guys with you, brought to you by Sports Leisure Vacations. Time for our weekly travel tip, and with it, here's Mark.
I received an email from a hotel I recently stayed in asking for a review on their website. Then they proceeded to tell me all the reasons they were perfect and why I should say just that. Maybe I'm alone here, but I resent businesses asking for a review, especially when they coach me as to what to say. I didn't respond to the request, even though things were fine during my stay. Nothing spectacular or notable, but no issues. Here's my point. In most cases, those glowing online reviews you see are of little value. Now they can even be generated by AI. What could be of value are the bad reviews. Look for the same issue being mentioned over and over. It won't tell you what the hotel or restaurant is good at, but it will give you the downside, which sometimes can be more important than the fake 5 stars.
More tips to make you a smarter traveler. Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in L.A., red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TOOL for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TOOL for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TOOL. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and details.
Whether it's date night, family night, or buddy night, Hagen Oaks has a bay for you. Reserve one of 3 Top Tracer bays from 6 to 11 p.m. through HagenOaks.com, and only those 3 bays are reservable. The rest of the driving range is still open for walk-ups. Play golf on world-famous courses while the kids try interactive games. Head to the Hangout for great food, cold drinks, and live sports on the TVs. Add monthly live music and putting tournaments, and you've got more than a driving range, you've got a night out. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Swing by and swing away.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, tell the listeners what's going on for the Make This the Summer Sales event.
Hoblet continues to be the place to find the best prices on the hard-to-find heavy-duty Ram you need. Right now, save up to $14,000 off MSRP on the new 2026 Ram 2500 Crew Cabs. And it's not just the savings. Right now, you also get Ram's 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Wow, it seems like every time you do this, you manage to find a new way to sweeten the deal.
That's the difference between the big city auto mall guys and the small town family-owned experience at Hoblet. When you come to Hoblet, you experience what 77 years of family-owned award-winning customer service looks like.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
14,000 total net savings on select new 2026 Ram 2500 Crew Cabs after dealer discount and factory incentives. Incentives may include 1,000 Hoblet business owner bonus cash for eligible business owners, 1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance for eligible trade, and 500 upfit, military, or first responder bonus cash for eligible members. Incentives may not be combined with any other offers or special APR programs. Excludes tax, title, and license fees. 2 with this net savings, the number 227-321 and 227-315. See dealer for details.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder, thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
KHD HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140. Your local sports leader.
Jay, that's okay.
Tomorrow
we got Ramsey with us, and we got Brendan Nunes. And Brendan, we got to ask you about this. Also we have 2 baseball things that we'll get to. One of local interest, and another one is one of the most bizarre things I've ever heard in my life. We will get to those, but first, Ben Simmons. Brendan, here's the dang deal. It's fascinating, and Carmichael Dave deserves a great deal of credit for the fact that if you go online and you search anything about Ben Simmons, now there's all these stories about Ben Simmons all of them are based on what Carmichael Dave has been saying. That's all there is what he's been saying. He is the source, and bless him for all of this.
Just an example of maybe, what you hear on the internet could come from anywhere. Could come from anywhere,
I was trying
guys.
to give him credit.
No, yeah, credit to Dave. But these aggregators, man, they'll pull anything.
They don't really
They'll
care.
pull anything. No.
Somebody said something.
Be careful what you say, Whitey. Yeah, be careful what you say.
needed.
Alan Styles been aggregated by those guys. They're
That's right.
They're aggregating anybody, Whitey.
That's
But
right.
I do think that Dave knows what he's talking about. That Simmons has been linked to the Kings for a little while now. The piece of the puzzle fits. I don't know what shape of a puzzle Ben Simmons is. The Kings have a lot of holes to fill in, and they could put Ben in there somewhere.
Yeah, but it's incredible because, get ready for the show and I'll check what's going on with Ben Simmons, and there are stories, but all of them are based on what Dave said. So Dave is dominating this story. Now, today he added a little more, and that's what I wanted to talk about here and ask Brennan about, because I listen to Dave every day. Can this Ben Simmons update be true? Maybe it's more of an opinion than an update, but given that he's the only source of information, I'm going to consider this an update. Dave said, and I don't believe I'm misquoting here. He said, I don't really want to say this, but he said,
that sounds about right.
People don't consider the various ramifications, but
they won't aggregate that part.
Yeah. He asked Jason Ross, do you think that Ben Simmons will be a Sacramento King by the end of the weekend? And Jay Ross, to his credit, said, no, I don't. But then they started talking about, what are the odds that he ever comes here? And Dave put it at 80%. That's what he said.
It's pretty high.
Can that be true, in your view? Do you think there's an 80% chance that Ben Simmons is going to be a Sacramento King this year?
Part of me hopes not, Whitey. I guess I'm rooting for the 20% just so when I fill in the midday, I get to give Dave some crap during crosstalk. I also can't believe you listen to him every single day. I don't know why you do that to yourself. Jason is one thing. I could do Jason.
I'm a big Christopher Laud fan.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's Well, it's a little questionable taste, but that's more understandable than Dave. But yeah, I definitely think it could be true. The guys that we've talked about, I know you like Campaign a lot. I would be more on board with that, but like Oladipo, probably a little bit different. But the Kings are looking at anybody that fits a minimum contract and can do some of the things they need. And what I think they need is forward wing help and a backup point guard. And that latter, the backup point guard spot behind Darius Acuff, which is not a lot of minutes, is probably the most obvious hole they have on their roster. It was filled by Russell Westbrook last year. Instead of coming back, he's like, I think I'm going to hang it up. I don't know about going back to that situation. And Ben Simmons didn't play basketball last year, right? This is a very low-risk move, as we talked about yesterday. And I thought it was interesting that the high flyer didn't seem to be too fond of the move necessarily, a guy that definitely knows what he's talking about. And so making me a little bit more skeptical, Whitey, but I do think that the biggest thing is that they need a backup point guard. And Ben Simmons needs another opportunity in the NBA. Obviously, it seems like that's what he's searching for. And so that makes for a pairing.
I should point out there is one other person who tweeted something about Ben Simmons that people have sort of aggregated, but it got shut down. And I forget the guy's name, and I'm not sure I would say it if I remembered because I don't want to give him credit. Somebody who purports to be a Laker insider said the Lakers and Ben Simmons are working on something, and this person quoted Mark Stein. And Mark Stein came right back and said, nope, I did not report that. I did not say that. So,
unfortunately, Mark Stein and Jake Fisher are prime targets for this.
Yes.
When you have your private Substack, which I got a little subscription to, I can tell you they never said anything like that.
I got to be honest with you. I haven't broken down and subscribed because, things get aggregated.
It all gets aggregated anyways.
I may have to.
No, I don't blame you. I could pass along the information for you.
What package did you get?
I don't know if there's multiple tiers. If
there is, you could get it for the month or for the year.
Oh, we're doing monthly. I'm not that committed.
Okay.
We take it month by month, and if they lose
save
my
money if you get it for the rest of the year.
Yeah, but I might not. I don't know if I'm gonna keep the whole year. No,
Okay.
they do great work, but like you said, a lot of it gets aggregated. But when you're on that private, you got to subscribe to see what I'm saying. It's a prime target for people to be like, hey, nobody can fact check me here.
Except
Mark
the
Stein
person
said it. Jake Fisher said it. And sure enough, not true.
As far as any potential risks, we know that Scott Perry has his 6 pillars that he is trying to use as a support for the foundation of everything he's building. How does Ben Simmons fit the 6 pillars? I don't think that he does. That's not to say that it can't work here if this is where it's going, but, I look at my 6 pillars, I look at Ben Simmons like, not a lot in common there. You're talking about, professional, accountable, competitive, tough, team-oriented, and disciplined. In recent years, in all honesty, he checks maybe half of those, maybe.
Yeah, a lot of them are really tough, right? Because it's more about how they are as a person than as a basketball player. So I always find it tough to identify, hey, does this guy fit the pillars? Like, I feel like we have to know them as a person, and it's something that obviously Scott Perry gets the opportunity to do. This is where his long history of relationships and randomly knowing a top prospect's dad, hey, I actually coached him in college, or, your previous coach I have a relationship with. This is where all this comes into play. I'd imagine agencies come into play as well. I'm pretty sure Ben Simmons is a Clutch client. There's Zach LaVine on the roster already. There's the weirdness that happened with De'Aaron Fox when he became a Clutch client last year.
That's a whole field of gravity in and of itself.
That's its own thing. And Clutch client, I haven't done them the most favors, might work in their benefit to stay away a little bit, but they got a lot of good players. And so, it's one of those where I don't think there is that much risk. And fitting the pillars, I guess you would say he's a tough player. He's physical at 6'10".
Competitive? He hasn't played.
Yeah.
Professional? Accountable?
When he held out and did kind of the Kawhi Leonard sort of situation in Philly.
Team-oriented, disciplined. Look, I'm not taking shots at Ben Simmons. I'm just saying, wait. I thought we were going for this.
Well, one time I was asking around about Ja Morant when those rumors were going on before he got moved to Portland, right? And there was this idea that I think Amick reported it as well, that the Kings were entertaining the idea of Ja Morant.
Yeah, I think if they could get something,
if they were going to get assets in return, they were not going to give up anything significant for Ja Morant.
Right.
But I was asking around a little bit. I'm like, does Ja fit the pillars? Because he doesn't seem to fit the disciplined, accountable, and all the things that kind of have gone on with Ja Morant over the last few years. And what somebody that works within the walls of the Kings told me is that, well, you don't have to necessarily check all the boxes. That there's a belief that some of these could be grown over time, or that if you are in the right situation, we can help instill some of these things.
That's very convenient, but okay, I'm glad.
It is. We're moving the goalposts here a little bit. So maybe the question is, does he fit 3 of them? I still don't know. Still not too sure. But it is funny to me, like you said, it being convenient. It feels like a very loose term of who fits our pillars.
Right. Yeah.
You could pitch anybody fits these pillars, right? There's very few players. Like Malik Beasley doesn't fit the pillars.
New term. Try this on. This guy has pillar potential.
Pillar potential.
He may not be right at a living embodiment of the 6 pillars, but we think he has pillar potential.
Well, maybe there's like pillar potency or something. Some guys, we got to workshop that one. I'm not too sure. But the only guys that don't fit the pillars, it seems, are Terry Rozier and Malik Beasley. And I just feel like you could make the pitch for anybody else, essentially.
The pillar pitch, yeah.
If somebody's making the pitch to me for Ja Morant fitting the pillars, then I'm like, okay, this is fairly broad.
Yeah. I know some people got mad at me because I got angry with the talk of Ja Morant because I felt like that is not happening. That was something that they were looking at, wasn't going to happen. It didn't happen, but it sounds like the Ben Simmons thing, it's another thing that I would love to be able to sit here and go, look, it's not happening. I can't do it, Brendan. I don't know about your information. I did hear some things recently from someone else here that I don't know that the basketball people are crazy about Ben Simmons, but it looks like, I don't know if that was true. If it is true, it looks like minds have been changed, and it looks like this is really something that's on their radar.
Again, I just keep coming back to low risk. Like, that's a spot that they needed filled, and I don't think there's much upside. I think that's where some people are like, well, maybe you could go younger, right? Dalen Terry just found a team. I forget who he signed with yesterday.
Warriors, I think?
Yes. And it's like, okay, well, could you have gone that direction? It's a lot more inconsistent, too, right, of what you're getting in that backup spot. Like, I don't think you're trying to grow your backup point guard in your system. You're not just like, man, we need, if it's a young guy, he's on a rookie contract, you have team control, that's one thing, right? A second-round pick that you feel good doing that or something. But I don't think you're going out and signing some young free agent and being like, we're going to slowly work this backup point guard into being comfortable with that spot. Like, you want a guy that can come in, step in, and play that spot right away. Now, Ben Simmons didn't play basketball last year.
Yeah, to me, that's
a big
kind of significant, potentially.
Yeah, that probably matters.
Yeah, and when he did play, he did not want to shoot the ball at all.
No, not in his wheelhouse. Need him to attack the basket aggressively, be still agile defensively, and lateral movement, all that sort of stuff, right? But it just, to me, it's just so much of, we don't really have anything else going on right now, but I just kind of feel like backup point guard is fairly inconsequential.
I think you could make the case, if they bring him on, that he's going to help them defensively, and they could use a lot of help there.
They definitely could.
I don't know if he's still anything close to what he was defensively, but he was an elite defender.
At one point in time, 1 to 4, I mean, sometimes on 5s. There's smaller 5s. You could put him on Şengün, and I'm feeling halfway decent. Again, have to see what he looks like in current form after not playing, and it's not like his stints with the Clippers or the Nets went particularly great or anything. That's why part of the reason that he's not in the league currently. But I do think that there is something interesting there. And if you are looking for more defense, because the team is horrible on that end, it's Keegan, it's DeAndre Hunter, and it's Precious Achiuwa, right? Maybe you want to throw Emmanuel Sharp in there, but like, if they want that to be part of their identity, which it very much seems that Doug Christie does, then that's where Ben starts to make some sense. But I do also, get a little Brian Windhorst, like, fingers out what's going on here, because we keep seeing these former lottery picks come back around in these spots, right? Whether it's Ben Simmons or Markelle Fultz a couple years ago, or there was, this is only a brief 10-day, but like Emmanuel Mudiay was here for a sec. Part of me starts to wonder, like, okay, is there an affinity that the team has for these top prospects? Killian Hayes. Is there an affinity that this team has for these top prospects that goes, that's over the course of multiple front offices? So does it go beyond that? And that's where this is starting to creep in. It pops in my mind. Pops in my mind.
It's worth keeping an eye on. So that's the latest via Carmichael Dave. We have this in the chat from 11th North. He says, yeah, it's wild. It really does just show how completely flimsy anything you see can be. Then he says, no disrespect to Dave.
This is like Dave me with my retired numbers
Dave
yesterday.
Is the only one who has had the information on this story.
Yeah.
Yeah. I give him the utmost, commendations and respect.
Well, not yet. It hasn't happened. You know, if he goes to the Lakers, Mark Stein's gonna have a rough look. Carmichael Dave's it's gonna be a rough look for our guy over here.
Tortilla Jackson says the pillars might be more about players who will be here long term, and with the shrug emoji. I suppose so, but I would think if you're building something, you want everybody you're bringing in to have at least some strong pillar potential.
One rotten apple can really infect the room, right? Is rotten apple the right term? There's a different rotten apple, whatever.
Yeah.
Something in there. Some fruit, whatever it is.
Yeah, bad egg.
There you go. That's what I was looking for a little bit. Yeah. That makes a lot more sense, actually. That sounds
I think
better.
They're both.
Rotten apple, bad egg. I don't want either one, in my locker room.
But I think it's bad apple, rotten egg, and I think that's
there we go. Yeah. There we go. We got there eventually. Yeah. So it's bad egg.
No. Rotten egg.
Rotten
bad
egg.
apple.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Rotten egg. You don't want a rotten egg or a bad apple in your locker room, okay? Because I think that this is how you start to see groups form within a locker room. This is kind of what happened with Mike Brown in the end of the Mike Brown tenure. There's a group of guys in that locker room that aren't on board with Mike, right? And then you start to have sort of factions within your locker room that are disagreeing in various directions, and that can spiral a team downwards, right? So I do think that there is more priority on, hey, let's make sure the long-term pieces fit our pillars, fit our values, and stylistically what we want to do. Sure, you're giving more thought towards that with the long-term pieces than a guy you're signing on a one-year deal, but one guy can throw off everything, so you don't want to just, hey, we need somebody, just I'll take him, sure.
It would sure be interesting, wouldn't it?
It would be entertaining.
We find out next week they're bringing him in. I mean, lot to talk about.
People would be intrigued. I would be very curious of what caliber of player that we're dealing with at this point in his career, because I can't say that I watched Ben Simmons super closely during his time with the Clippers, that half season that he played with them, or more so Brooklyn, and it was just largely unimpressive. Also been on teams in all of those instances, maybe the Clippers being more of an outlier, that weren't very competitive.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And the Kings are going to fit that.
Jerry Reynolds at 5 today. We'll ask Jerry what he thinks of this. And Chris Biederman at 4. He may have some thoughts as well. Now, I have a couple of baseball things, but hold on. One is really important potentially locally. The other one is one of the most bizarre things I've ever heard. This is from Ben Verlander. He points out that the Hillsborough County Commission in Tampa voted to approve the Rays' new stadium deals. Who cares? Well, also of note, says Ben Verlander, Commissioner Manfred has always said expansion won't happen until both Rays and athletic stadiums are figured out. So with this decision today, both stadium situations are figured out. They're not done yet. They haven't even started building this one, but they have a plan for a new stadium in Tampa, and the Las Vegas stadium is well underway. I don't know that baseball is going to make any announcements on expansion until they get the labor situation figured out, but this could speed up that process. And, of course, Sacramento is in line trying to get in the running for an expansion team. So we may know now a little sooner than we would have when baseball is actually thinking of expanding. So another thing to keep an eye on. Finally, bizarre. Every so often, Brendan, I'll read a story and I'll think, man, that would be a great movie, a sports story, that is. This has got to be a movie, but it might be too weird. Bear with me now. You're going to have questions. I'll answer as best I can. This is from ESPN. Major League Baseball has suspended a once prized Dominican prospect. They've suspended this once top prospect after uncovering an elaborate age fraud plot that included a fictitious death and a gravesite tombstone.
Oh, we got all the way to the tombstone.
Yes. The MLB investigation and nobody died. That's all. It was fake.
Yeah.
But it's not like anybody got killed. MLB investigation uncovered a series of extreme efforts by the player's handler to make him appear nearly 2 years younger than he actually is, including faking a birth certificate to create a new identity, falsifying medical records and school records, filing a fraudulent death certificate, and even creating the gravesite scene. So basically they said this guy was born, 2 years later he died, here's a death certificate, here's the gravesite, here's the tombstone. Then 2 years later, this other guy was born. Well, it's the same guy. So they tried to make the guy appear 2 years younger than he is by saying he died 2 years ago and then somebody else was born.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. We got really far in this lie. Like, you would think it's, we're trying to keep this simple. Like, let's say we cremated him and just have an urn over there. No, we paid for a whole gravestone. Those things are not cheap.
Yeah.
What? And so this did work, though, for a while.
2 years, and he signed with Cleveland, apparently. And they thought he was 13 or 14 and that the deal would be finalized in 2029, by which point he would be 17 and eligible to sign, but his name and age were both fake. 2 years after the birth registration had been made, a fraudulent death certificate was filed for, his real name is Dari David Severino Damaso. Anyway, bear with me. That's not vital to know right now. So 2 years after the birth registration had been made, a fraudulent death certificate was filed for him. It said he died of a respiratory illness in 2012, 2 years after he was born. And then they had the fake tombstone created and planted in a gravesite in La Romana, which is in the Dominican Republic. So it's like, yeah, this poor guy, he died. And then we have this other guy who was born after that other guy died. It's the same guy.
Same guy.
Yeah.
Same guy. Like, I don't know how we got a fake birth certificate, I'm assuming, is part of this as well.
Yes, medical records, school records. Yeah.
The depth here. Like, I mean, talk about being committed to a bit. There's the guy pretending to be the Niners and then a Niners player, and this is a whole nother tier of just putting on a front.
His name is Dari David Severino Damaso. and I apologize if I'm not saying that right, he's actually 16 years old. In 2023, sources familiar with the investigation said that his trainer created the identity of David Severino Demiso, who is purportedly Dari's younger brother, with the approval of the player's parents. But it's the same guy. Oh, the guy that died, this is his younger brother. No, it's the same cat.
Same guy. And so he's currently 16 years old.
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So he did not make it to the MLB, obviously, at this point. And I'd imagine that making up this whole story doesn't really help his odds. There's being 2 years older doesn't help your odds.
If he can play, I'm sure they'll find a way.
This is also true. This is also true. If he is good enough, but Whitey, that would be so ironic. If that he is good enough to make it at his real age. Also, was this the plan from when he was 2 years old?
Ooh.
Like, we were like, man, this guy, like, you should see our 2-year-old. The way that he grips a bat, I think we need him to be younger than he is.
That is chestnut checkers right there.
Like, you planned this a long time ago. It makes me wonder if there was something else going on.
Despite having trained him for 2 years leading up to his agreement with the Guardians, who is this? Somebody says he did not know about the false identity. And it's not clear, I just saw this story here, so there's still some things to sort through. It's not clear who or why anybody eventually said, whoa, wait a minute, I don't think this is right. We got to look into this.
Yeah, I mean, there's other instances of ages being a little bit wrong, right? Wasn't there Buddy Hield that randomly added 1 year, 4 years, 2-3 years into his career, found out he was a year older than he claimed? There's another instance that I'm not thinking of that I think was baseball related. So it's not like the first time this has happened, but to the extent of all these things being faked, like I think Buddy Hield's was, man, everybody's just been calling me a year older and I never bothered to fix anybody.
Yeah, in a race to identify top-tier talent in a baseball hotbed, says ESPN, Major League teams for years have been agreeing to illegal non-binding agreements with players in the Dominican well before they're eligible to sign.
I did not know
sometimes as early as 10 and 11 years old.
I didn't know they were doing that.
The incentive to make kids seem more projectable at exceedingly young ages has prompted widespread steroid use to make them stronger, and in this case, falsified documents to make them seem younger. Money, 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 money. So I'm going to be trying to unravel that one for at least a few days here.
Yeah, in a weird way, props to them for half a second of making it work, but do not recommend.
Right.
Would not recommend going about that. And to me, the tombstone is the craziest part. Like, there's a lot of depth here. There's a lot it's an onion. There's layers to unpack here. But going as far as getting a tombstone made, do you think they were ever, like, going to the tombstone and just pretending to be sad there? Like, oh, yeah, that's the whatever family. They come here all the time. They lost a 2-year-old.
I want to see the picture. I want to see the picture more than I wanted to see, poor Jed York's video, to be honest with you.
The picture of what? What picture?
Of the tombstone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, do you take it down? You probably got to take it down.
I think you do.
That's a weird look. You're like, why are they removing that tombstone?
Yeah, make it for the agent's credibility lies here, or the kid's chances.
Change it to the day that the story came out.
Yeah.
To today. This is when this story died.
I don't know that I would have ever been able to even imagine something like that.
Now, there are some stories. I'm a big true crime guy, Whitey. I won't get into any details, but there's also a story I saw recently of a lady faking that she was pregnant for so long and going to crazy extremes for it. And when people get so deep in a lie, at some point I'm like, I think you might believe it yourself.
Yeah, it does something to your
That's
brain.
the fake Niners player going undrafted. It's like he got this far in his own mind of this is the story. And it's just crazy. You're in so deep at that point.
I guess the good news is that kid is not actually dead, but the Pro Bowl is dead. So can we now put other All-Star games out of their misery? We'll try to make sense of any of this next on Sactown Sports.
This is Sactown, baby!
Follow Sactown Sports 1140 on Facebook at facebook.com/Sactown Sports. To keep tabs on the Kings, 49ers, UC Davis, and the entire Sactown Sports lineup all season long. Facebook.com/Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Carmichael Dave here. So proud to talk about my new friends at Pest Pros, where they are family owned, they are locally rooted, and they are committed to serving Northern California. I got a mouse problem at my house, and I don't like mice. I got a cockroach problem at my house, and I don't like cockroaches. That's a real thing. You're going to get pest protection somewhere. Why not get it at a place that is locally owned and operated? Longtime Kings fans and partners, and the community, yeah. You've spoken. They're back-to-back Sacramento favorites. So if you got pest control, you don't have Pest Pros. Step up to the pros with their all-star lineup. Don't just make the call, make the right call. Go to pestprosps.com, Sacramento grown, family owned, or call them at 916-588-9345. That's 916-588-9345. Step up to the pros at Pest Pros.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like on Wash and Wax, you can get 3 Meguiar's products for just $20. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Hey, Sactown, High Flyer here. Something big is coming. On September the 2nd, DraftKings Games Day arrives a massive deal, exclusive deals, and all-day celebration built for fans in sports. The countdown has begun. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember the date, September the 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, new era, and big day in sports history. Get pumped. Get ready to celebrate new DraftKings customers. Sign up with code Sactown. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That code, once again, Sactown, in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offers by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Tradings involve risk of loss, market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable prediction dollars that expires in 1 year. Terms, dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
On BritBox, your next hidden gem is right around the corner.
If you're going to be bold, here is the place to do it.
Get ready for Britain's most anticipated series, streaming exclusively on BritBox. Catch new seasons of favourites, including Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
You want someone to get murdered?
And the eagerly awaited new adaptation of Agatha Christie's iconic detective duo, Tommy and Tuppence.
Do you think we're actually really good at this?
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, just one more note on the prospect whose agent faked his birth and his death and where this leaves him. Severino's real age would have made him eligible for the class of 2027, but his suspension will force him to wait an extra year to enter the international amateur market and become eligible to sign with a team. So, still could have a future in professional ball. He impressed evaluators while competing against 12 and 13-year-olds, but he was doing so at an age when he should have been playing in the Dominican Summer League with 16 and 17-year-olds. So that's
I hope he looked good.
That guy's really good.
You know? Yeah.
How old is he? He's 12, and I can prove it. Here's his brother's tombstone.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah. He died the same day that he was born, actually. This is how this ended up working. Yeah. Just total coincidence. No relation to Luis Severino, total different same last name, different family, totally different scenario.
That sounds preposterous, but boy, I sure like the way he swings the bat, so I'm on board.
Hey, if he gets it done, he will make a team. He will make a team, and it'll be really funny when he finally makes the majors and be like, hey, remember this story from 4 or 5 years ago? Everybody's like, yeah, how old is this guy, really? Did we get to the bottom of it by now?
He's got a bunch of combined former current Major League Baseball player names. Luis Severino, Damaso Marte. I mean, what's the name?
Yeah.
Is the name real?
Some of it probably is. A couple of them are. And we were also talking, of course, about Ben Simmons. And let's see. Nick V asks, is there a secret seventh pillar? Do you know, Brendan? If there is, you probably can't tell us.
Yeah, Whitey, if it
Kings
was
and six pillars, is there a secret seventh pillar?
I think that's how a secret works. Is that we can't really.
We're not even supposed to talk about that.
Yeah, you shouldn't have brought that up. I don't know who Nick V really is. He sounds he might know a little bit too much. Nick, you need to watch what you're saying on the
seventh
chat line.
Seventh pillar. Don't know anything about it, Nick. No, that's silly. Huh. Why would there be a seventh pillar? No way.
Seventh pillar that if you're a former top 5 pick, that we have a backup point guard spot for you. That does not exist. Not exist.
You know what else does not exist anymore? The Pro Bowl. Yeah, they're going to have the Pro Bowl party and blah, 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 and they got a sponsor. So they'll probably make money by having this event, and they'll have it on NFL Network or wherever. And here's the Pro Bowlers, and you're a Pro Bowler. But there's no more Pro Bowl. So I appreciate that the NFL here is taking this necessary step towards eliminating their meaningless All-Star game. Brendan, I, as a kid, used to love All-Star games, but I think All-Star games now, there's just no reason to have them anymore.
There's not, but I hate to just admit defeat, Whitey. Like, it is so sad to me. I loved All-Star games. I feel like even maybe the most recent entertaining NBA one is when they changed it to, what do they call it? The Elam rules, I believe it is, the score finish.
Last year's everyone said it was great where they had the different teams playing like a little tournament. I didn't love it that much, but a lot of people said it was great.
What was good was that Kawhi Leonard went crazy, and that was in the Clippers Stadium, so that added to it, right? It's just, you just want to see guys actually look competitive out there, and I think that Wemby goes a long way in doing that. Like, it just, I don't know, because the whole question has been like, well, how can we incentivize these guys, right? And I guess that's what needed to be figured out, but the answer needs to be that it just has to be for pride, right? It has to be that, hey, we know that kids watch these games, and that matters to us, right? When you hear players say, I'm not going to sit games because this is my one time on the West Coast, and some kids paid money to see me, so I'm going to go out there and play. Like, that should hold even more weight in these All-Star games, and it hasn't. Like, I think that the NBA probably feels like they've brought it back a little bit. You get to just hold on to, well, Wemby's going to make people play hard because Wemby comes out there, he's blocking shots, and none of these guys want to get embarrassed. Some of them might not care or whatever it may be, but it's pretty sad to me. It's admitting defeat, and the NFL already did.
Right. Do you remember when they used to do the Pro Bowl games, and I know they've done that recently, but they had one year where they were dropping like footballs from drones, and guys had to catch them.
Yeah, we're getting too creative.
Right.
Like,
so
we're
they
doing
realized,
too much with drones.
it's done.
Right.
The first All-Star game was a baseball game way back in the 30s, and the idea was, let's have a game like a dream game for the fans. The games are not for the fans anymore. They're to take the fans' money, which I know has always been part of it, but now it's more so than ever. You also have the fact that with free agency, and interleague play, it's not such a big thing as it used to be, like in baseball especially. National League, American League, the best players are playing. Well, now they play each other all the time. It's just, And you could see in basketball, like all-star teams with free agency, like you go consider Magic's Lakers or Larry Bird's Celtics or some of Michael Jordan's teams. It's like that. It was an all-star team. and you can see him play all the time.
Yeah, the Warriors.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the Beatles.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I think having instances of those was good for the league. I think I'm a guy that, while the parody's fun and cool, I do miss there being super teams and villains going on. But there was something about seeing all these guys go out there and compete, and you just don't have it the same way. Maybe there's more concern about injury because there is so much more money in the sport, and how much these teams are committing to players where, hey, I'm paying this guy $70 million this year. Like, I really don't want him getting hurt in this random thing. Like, Evan Mobley, relax with the backflips, or like, we don't need a guy going out there. Was it Dwayne Wade that I think he got his nose broke by Kobe in an All-Star game? I believe that was the story. I could have it wrong, but some, guys have gotten hurt previously in these. And sure, I get wanting to avoid that, but I believe Dwayne Wade still went out there and played, I don't know what to do to add to the incentivizing. Basketball-wise, you just hope that Wemby saves it. The NFL was too far gone. This drone thing that you're talking about, all the mini games that everything had come to.
For the players in football, it really does not make sense to play actual football when the season's over. It's like, it would be dumb. And I think the NFL finally realized we can't incentivize it. It's just they're too smart. They make too much money now. But then on top of all that, which I've already stated, you have the games that are non-competitive, and so they just end up being a waste of time. Baseball's probably the best, but even that, baseball, I love baseball, and I love the All-Star Game. The All-Star Game was on when we were in Vegas this year, and I think we were all by the pool, and I might have watched a couple of hitters. I just didn't care.
Yeah, it didn't really do it for me this year either. I think the year prior I watched maybe some like home run derby, which, by the way, if I can make it out to Oracle for a little home run derby, I don't know how many are actually going to get out there, but I think that would be really cool. Trying to talk some family into going with me.
Go out there in a kayak. It's going to be full of kayaks. There's going to be a lot of kayaks out there.
It'd be a crazy amount, and none of them are going to beat Dave. None of them are going to beat McCovey Cove Dave. He's a pro out there. But, yeah, I mean, I wonder if we're going to get to the point where right now, like, the idea is, well, we're still going to announce that who makes the All-Star team, right? I've always thought that All-Pro or All-NBA matters more.
Yep.
We've actually seen the entire season. These people get named All-Stars. We're like halfway through the year. And it's like, okay, this is why you go back and look and you're like, that guy made the All-Star team that year and these were his numbers.
I agree with you.
Will we ever reach a point where we don't even announce All-Stars anymore and let's just leave it to All-Pro?
I would welcome that day.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I know as long as there's still money to be made with the All-Star nonsense, we'll have it. But I appreciate that maybe the NFL has helped us get closer to the day where we're just done with the obsolete notion of the All-Star game, where ESPN insiders and actual NBA insiders disagree on projections for 27. We have Chris Biederman coming up top of the hour, and we have the insiders from ESPN versus the NBA insiders on the projections for 27. Next, Sactown Sports. Remember, we're trying to have fun today because it's Friday, damn it.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Mostly clear overnight tonight, with temperatures eventually dropping off into the mid to upper 50s by Saturday morning. And then we'll have mostly sunny skies with daytime highs in the upper 80s to around 90 degrees. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is, what makes us different from other law firms?
At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to the end.
Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether it must go into litigation, or whether it has to go all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
Sacramento's best selection, best quality, and lowest prices on kitchen and bath products are at the new Anova Cabinet and Stone. For a limited time, get stunning new quartz countertops starting at just $159. That's right, only $159 for gorgeous quartz countertops. Listen to this. For a limited time, cabinets for kitchens and bathrooms are up to 50% off. Yes, up to 50% off new cabinets. It's a must-see, the new Anova Cabinet and Stone at Florin Road and Highway 99. Learn more at AnovaCabinetStone.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me, they calm me down, they make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey there, Mark and Tom, the travel and entertainment guys with you, brought to you by Sports Leisure Vacations. Time for our weekly travel tip, and with it, here's Mark.
I received an email from a hotel I recently stayed in asking for a review on their website. Then they proceeded to tell me all the reasons they were perfect and why I should say just that. Maybe I'm alone here, but I resent businesses asking for a review, especially when they coach me as to what to say. I didn't respond to the request, even though things were fine during my stay. Nothing spectacular or notable, but no issues. Here's my point. In most cases, those glowing online reviews you see are of little value. Now they can even be generated by AI. What could be of value are the bad reviews. Look for the same issue being mentioned over and over. It won't tell you what the hotel or restaurant is good at, but it will give you the downside, which sometimes can be more important than the fake 5 stars.
More tips to make you a smarter traveler. Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Brendan Nunes is here, and he just showed me new videos, new to me anyway, from Dejan Love, the fraudulent 49er player who managed to convince some women that they were in love and that he was an investments expert and he defrauded many women. But this was the most entertaining video of them all.
Yeah, Whitey, he's got weights attached to him, and looks like he's doing a workout, I guess.
He's on a football field. Yeah, and he's got a football, and he's backing up while he's like pulling a wagon with weights on it or something like that.
Yeah, he's backing up, not particularly quickly, but for some reason holding a football in full Niners gear, Niner shirt, and the Niner beanie looking thing as well, and also still got all the chains on while he's doing this workout. I think most guys probably taking those off. He's definitely trying to fit the part, though. This is a nice looking turf workout area.
Oh, yeah.
This also could just be any gym. Who knows where this guy was
I
at?
wonder where he got the weights.
Yeah. And the cars and all of this. I mean, maybe for all the money he managed to steal, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy was committed.
He was
committed.
Mm-hmm.
And very obviously a fraud. It is
not that obvious to many.
I guess not. I guess
because
not.
after all, he has a football under his arm.
Like, why else would he have a 49ers helmet?
Right, at the beach.
Yeah.
If
How
he
much
weren't a
do you think he
49er.
had more than one helmet? Or I imagine he had one helmet that he used for everything, right? Like having multiple, or maybe you're so deep in the bit that you're just like, oh, you can have that one. I have another one.
I just got one line for the entire bit. See what happened was.
Yeah, exactly.
On the chat here, on Ben Simmons, Maxwell says, count me in on Simmons. Not only for the fun factor, but Ben and Malik is not a bad backup guard combo on paper, at least.
I don't know. I think offensively, Malik is a lot better of a ball handler than I ever expected when he came to Sacramento, right? I think you saw him do that a little bit with the Lakers, a little bit with Charlotte, but the Kings really put him in. I thought he's kind of looked best sort of as like a Lou Williams, right? That 6-man, ball in his hands, running the pick and roll himself. I think he works really well next to Domas, but in that reserve role as well with whoever else is out there. And Malik has mentioned himself, though, that he feels most comfortable. I remember him saying this a year or two ago at the starting shooting guard spot.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he, was sure to mention the starting spot as well.
Yeah,
But-
I just know you were probably in there. I asked him once about point guard and how he got better or what it is that he's doing better. Something about improving, and he just said, he's like, I've always been able to do it. Just people didn't know it. It was funny because he wasn't like, yes, well, I'm learning, or I'm new. He's like, I could always do it. Just nobody knew how good I was at it.
It's definitely how Malik goes about it, right? Malik is more of a, hey, well, if you ask me to do it, I probably can.
Yeah.
I think that's how Malik goes about it. And for the most part, offensively, I think he's been justified in saying so. He does all three levels out there. Last year, he was extremely efficient from three. I think he's always been viewed as a three-point shooter.
Best year, right?
Yeah, the numbers weren't always great, but last year was phenomenal. He's flirting with 40%. So he does everything out there, and I am a little bit curious how Ben Simmons having the ball in his hands will impact Malik's role.
Mm-hmm. We have a back and forth here between Maxwell and Z. Z says, let's see, Ben Simmons can't shoot, has a poor attitude, dude's a quitter, and became a fisherman. Maxwell says, counterpoint, he's a 28-year-old former All-NBA player and would cost around the minimum. So,
and I think that counterpoint is what I keep coming back to, is that there's very low risk involved with this sort of move, and there's the size, the profile that he has is very unique, and it feels very similar to what Russell Westbrook brought to the team last year. There are differences, but in stylistically how they'll go about things offensively, right? And a formerly highly touted, successful player, different calibers, because Russ is you never have to worry about his effort every single night. Like, Ben, that maybe is more of a question. You got to see if that's going to be there every single given night. But I think offensively, I would expect him to have a very similar role to what Russ did last year, even if that's a rough translation because it's not like Russ was out there with a fully healthy squad of teammates anyways.
I don't know if I'm the Kings. Obviously, I don't know how good he's going to be. You don't want to commit to him long term. But I don't know that I'd want to be in a position where we'll give you a one-year deal, and then if you play well, you're going to leave. I don't know why I would want to participate in that.
Well, I wonder if there's a world, best case scenario, right, is that you sign him, he plays really well, maybe a team option, or is there a world where he, for some reason, can get you a second-round pick or two at the deadline?
Yeah.
Like for a team that desperately needs a backup point guard? I think that there's places that emerge, whether it's injury or somebody doesn't pan out the way that they want him to. Like Tyus Jones in Denver, is he going to play out? Could you end up getting an asset for Ben Simmons?
I've thought that with other players. That makes sense. It's a very sensible approach.
It is. It's also, as I'm countering myself, like, there's a reason he's not on a team right now.
Mm-hmm.
So for that to take place, he would have to massively outperform what I think the current expectations are.
You'd also have to play him. If you wanted to do that, he would have to play.
Yeah. And is he playing next to Acuff? He can. I think positionally you are what you can defend, and Ben can do all of it, really. But offensively, like next to Acuff, he's not spacing the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Acuff would have to be playing off of Simmons for there to be any benefit there. And I struggle to see that, right? So to your point, Ben's probably playing max 15 minutes a night. Acuff's getting 33, 35.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of this? I know that we talked this week about the forecast from ESPN's NBA Insiders. So they had forecasts on who's going to win Rookie of the Year, who's going to win the most games. And the Kings are projected to not win many games. Then they took their projections and they asked actual NBA insiders like scouts and things like that, what do you guys think? And there's a couple of areas where the scouts said, no, I disagree. Two of them here are the Wizards by ESPN were picked to go 31-51. But discussion around the league was that 31 wins might be low.
Okay.
Yeah. A West Advanced Scout said, I was prepping for the Mavericks last year. I saw AD play that game in New Orleans, and I saw the 2 games after that on tape. Say whatever you want to say about him. That guy is still in there.
I saw all 4 games he played. Let me tell you.
And another one is the Jazz. And the Jazz were projected by the ESPN insiders to play really well. But one scout says they lost their center. They'll probably be able to replace him with the stuff they got, but they're going to feel not having him. I'm not as optimistic. So ESPN says Wizards not that good, Jazz pretty good, and actual scouts, actual NBA insiders say Wizards going to be better than you think, and the Jazz not as good.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's the 2 teams where if you had to pick who's going to have the most improvement compared to last year, those are the 2 teams you look at, right? It's the squads that made moves at the deadline last year, and then the guys didn't play. Anthony Davis, Trae Young, Jaren Jackson on Utah, and yeah, I mean, AJ DeBonta and Darren Peterson's the number 1 and 2 overall picks as well, obviously. And I could see it with Washington. Like, I am on board with what that scout or whoever it was that they interviewed was saying. When AD is out there, that is a huge win if he is really good. He is one of the best bigs in the league of this generation, really.
It wasn't that, well, I guess it was that long ago, but there was a time when he was probably a top 5 player in the league.
Yeah, I would say so. Like Defensive Player of the Year conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Every time he's healthy, he's flirting with MVP stuff, and like maybe the best player on a championship team. I don't know if you want to give that to Braun there, but this is a ridiculous player. And the first game that he played for Dallas last year, nobody was, hey, this is a good move with the whole Luka thing, but there was a brief moment of, well, he's not Luka, but AD is pretty ridiculous. And so I think he's going to be playing with something to prove. He's a great fit alongside Trae Young. How everybody else is going to mesh is one conversation. But yeah, Utah, they're relying a lot on, I know that Washington's the same, but I think that just the nature of AD and Trae leading the show compared to, Jaren Jackson leading the show in Utah, or like Keontae George, I think is great. He's super young. Like you mentioned, they lost their big man. What's that situation going to be looking like? So I think Washington just has more. They have maybe 7-8 guys you go down the line and you feel pretty good about.
I don't trust Trae. So I think that Utah's going to have a better year than Washington, but we shall see, and we will find out more about the 49ers last night and going forward when Chris Biederman joins us. Are we going to ask Chris anything about this Ben Simmons talk as well?
I'm going to take a wild guess and think that he really does not like Ben Simmons.
We'll find out.
We should ask him.
When we come back. Next, Sactown Sports. Don't go away.
SactownSports.com is your online home for sports in Sacramento. Dive deep into the Kings, 49ers, Raiders, Giants, athletics, and more with your favorite local personalities and some of the most trusted sports voices in the community. Stream Sactown Sports 1140. Watch original video content and read in-depth analysis all in one location. SactownSports.com. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock.
And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Ben Hogan said, good golf starts with a good grip. It's true. If the golf club isn't in a square position after you grip it, you'll have to do something in the swing to manipulate it back to square. Otherwise, you're hitting big slices or duck hooks. Then you start gripping the club tighter, and that tension runs through the hands, up the arms, and into the shoulders. You're done before you even take the club back. 9 times out of 10, when I make a small adjustment in a friend's grip, the ball flight is much closer to straight or even a slight draw. You want to hold the club more in the fingers than in the palm, which allows your wrist to better hinge. The lifeline on your right hand will cover the thumb on your left. In this position, you'll see the top 2 knuckles on the back of your left hand, and the V created by the thumbs and forefingers should be parallel and point to your right shoulder. Grip pressure should be about 4 or 5 on a scale of 10. The correct grip is incredibly important, and if you're having issues, see your PGA golf professional. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery, some up to 5 years, and we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, all beds are on sale during our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hey, Sactown, High Flyer here. Something big is coming. On September the 2nd, DraftKings Games Day arrived a massive deal, exclusive deals, and all-day celebration built for fans of sports. The countdown has begun. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember the date, September the 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, new era, and big day in sports history. Get pumped. Get ready to celebrate new DraftKings customers. Sign up with code Sactown. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That code, once again, Sactown, in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offers by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Tradings involve risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable prediction dollars that expires in 1 year. Terms, dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
Skeeter here, my card. Field Tech, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District. I never met a Culex terrasalis I didn't want to smack. That's Latin for mosquito. Hey, it's time again to fight the bite. Time to protect yourself from West Nile virus by applying insect repellent. Once a week, drain stagnant water and report dirty green swimming pools. Ew. They're breeding grounds.
The Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you it's time to fight the bite.
My card never gets old.
For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader. Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Brendan Nunes is in for Alan today. Our next guest, we'll bring him on in just a second. He has a podcast that you actually just listened to, huh?
This is true. Candlestick Chronicles on the way in. Our guy Chris Biederman does a great job over there.
Yes, senior writer for The Bee, covers the 49ers and the Kings, and is one of the hosts of he's the most important host, obviously, of the Candlestick Chronicles. How are you, Chris Biederman?
Good. Am I allowed to say my co-host's name on this radio station?
Kyle Madsen? I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we won't mention Kyle Madsen, co-host of the Candlestick Chronicles, during this interview.
Yeah, I don't think we're supposed to. So, yeah. Chris, how good do the 49ers feel about their group of running backs right now?
Yeah, I think they feel pretty good. I feel like, just looking at what Kalen Black's done and Jordan James getting back in the mix last night, I was telling Kyle, I feel like it's the best, maybe top to bottom running back group the 49ers have had since Kyle Shanahan's been there. And they certainly seem like they have the best two guys behind Christian McCaffrey since Christian McCaffrey's been there. So, we'll see if the rubber's going to meet the road in terms of Kyle Shanahan being willing to give Christian McCaffrey fewer snaps on Sundays, or I guess on Thursday or Wednesday or whenever that Australia game is. But yeah, I mean, it's been a talking point that they plan to lighten Christian McCaffrey's load and give some playing time to some other running backs. And it seems like they're in position to do so, but we know that, Christian McCaffrey has a hard time getting off the field, and the 49ers like to play Christian McCaffrey as often as they can generally. So we'll see if they live by that, but I think they're in a pretty good spot if they do want to go, give Christian McCaffrey a breather here and there.
What's up, Chris? Thanks for hopping on, man. When you're watching Game 3 of the preseason yesterday, obviously hardly any starters out there for San Francisco.
Chris loved it based on what I saw on X. He was just having a great time.
He seems like the type of guy that would just live and die for preseason football, summer league basketball, just way in the weeds there. But when you're going into the night, like, what are the things you're watching for there with the limited availability, and what ended up being some of your biggest takeaways from Niners perspective yesterday?
Yeah, I guess you want to see who actually is playing and like who the coaching staff feels like really needs reps. And so from that standpoint, the two guys that really stood out to me were the defensive tackles they drafted last year in Alfred Collins and CJ West. Those guys played, I think, well into the third quarter. And neither of them played well. And it's kind of alarming given that these are guys who might be starting next to Osa Digizua in the middle of that defense against the Rams, and the Raiders, second and third stringers were kind of pushing around a little bit. So I know Alfred Collins had off-season shoulder surgery and he's coming back, but watching him practice and I've been to, I'd probably say 10 practices at Santa Clara this summer. Like it kind of goes in line with what we've seen on the practice field. Like Alfred Collins is not looking like a particularly productive player right now. And I'm not saying he can't get there, and maybe the shoulder is, he's knocking rust off or whatever, and he's coming back from the injury. But I would be slightly alarmed because this is a guy that they drafted in the second round last year, thinking that he would be a really important piece of their defense going forward. And similar thought for CJ West, he was drafted a little bit later. But the Niners really need to be able to stop the run. And if they're weak at defensive tackle and can't stop the run, then that's going to make things a lot harder on their defense. Because obviously, the first thing a defensive coordinator will say to you in the NFL is like, they need to stop the run first and foremost, and then build everything else off of that. So I'm curious to see if, that's something that we legitimately need to be concerned about going into the regular season, or if that's just something where, it's preseason, the scheme's different, the personnel's different, these guys are coming off injuries, knocking rust off. Like, I think I don't want to say alarm bells are going off, but I think it's something to be concerned about going into that Rams game.
Chris Biederman from the B, nice enough to join us. Where would the Niners be without Eddie Pinheiro? I mean, you consider where they were a year ago with Moody, and it's kind of like when they made they traded up to get Trey Lance, and it could have been a disaster, and then Brock Purdy falls in their lap. I mean, Jake Moody's 2023 third-round pick, a terrible selection, and then Eddie Pinheiro as a free agent. That's kind of worked out. I mean, how great has he been as a 49er?
He's been really, really good, and I would say how solid he was in conjunction with how poorly teams kicked field goals against the 49ers last year is probably one of the most underrated stories of last season, just in terms of, what helped the 49ers get to 12-5. I forget the exact numbers. So I think our friend Josh Dubow has been tweeting about this. I know he tweeted about it last year. I think teams made like 67% of their field goals against the Niners last year. And, with all of the one-score games, close games they play, that obviously matters. So, I think there's certainly something to the fact that Eddie Pinheiro just being really solid and making as many kicks as he does, it gives the 49ers a pretty substantial advantage when it comes to special teams, because special teams have been such a problem previously. So I'm not counting on opponents being as bad kicking against the 49ers this year and the sort of point differential they had from a pure field goal perspective. But yeah, like Eddie Pinheiro, what do you make? 3 50-plus yard field goals last night. Let's see, he got a 48-yarder, a 59-yarder, a 51-yarder, and a 54-yarder. Yeah, I mean, it's a preseason game, but I guess if you're looking for things that might matter coming out of the preseason finale, if your kicker is nailing field goals from 50-plus yards, you got to feel pretty good about it.
Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee and host of the Candlestick Chronicles that covers the San Francisco 49ers.
The main host.
The main host. Yeah. The host, I was listening to your pod on the way in, Chris, and I heard you mention that you think rookie Dejon Stribling, correct me if I'm wrong, but could be second on the Niners in receptions of their receiver group specifically. Yeah. And I know you as a guy that is very much not going to overreact to preseason. So I'm curious your thoughts of what is it about the process of how Stribling has gone about this preseason and this training camp that has you convinced that he could be a real piece? Because obviously we've seen the numbers, but is there anything stylistically in how he's gone about doing that has you optimistic about what he could provide?
Yeah, so I tend not to read too much into preseason stuff, particularly with receivers. And if I'm lucky enough to be at practice to try to form my opinions off what's happening at practice. And basically what's happened in the preseason is just kind of an extension of what's been happening on the practice field, in that Dejon Stribling is just constantly getting open, making tough catches. He's not dropping passes. And all you hear from his teammates, including Brock Purdy, is like, we really trust this guy. And trust, I think, is a really interesting word when it comes to talking about a rookie, because so often, particularly in Kyle Shanahan's offense, when it comes to players talking about young guys or rookies coming in, it's like, yeah, Shanahan's offense is really difficult to learn. There's a lot to it. He's super detail-oriented. You don't hear the word trust really being thrown around all that much since Kyle Shanahan's been head coach when it comes to guys talking about rookies coming in. And so that to me has been really notable, and just the rapport that Stribling seems to have with Purdy, and just the mindset, that he has. I hadn't talked to him until his post-game scrum after the preseason opener against the Titans. And you can just like talking to him and listening to him talk, like you get it. You understand why Kyle Shanahan feels really strongly about him and just his makeup. Like he's, his dad was in the Navy, right? And it doesn't seem like the apple fell too far from the tree, just in terms of the seriousness and the professionalism that Dejon Stribling, has and brings to football. So I think, that's a breath of fresh air for the 49ers, obviously coming off the Brandon Ayuk situation. So I just think, compared like with what you see on the practice field in the games, and then you hear him talk and you hear his teammates talk about him, it just seems like he's a unique individual from a maturity standpoint. And I think the production is going to be there. I think given the injury to Ricky Pearsall, I think they need it. And there's probably going to be other injuries on offense that they deal with, given, where a lot of these guys are at in their careers. So I think Stribling is just going to be a really important player. And if he can stay healthy, he should get a fair share of targets. Like I said, I'm not even sure Mike Evans is going to play 17 games, but he's the only actual receiver who I would say confidently, if he's healthy, is going to get more targets than Stribling, because I think Stribling is going to be that important to the offense.
That's Chris Biederman. I like to sometimes ask you questions that are just designed to irritate Raider fan Matt George. So here's one of those questions. What did you think of Fernando Mendoza last night, and was Kalen Black the best offensive player Indiana had last year?
Yeah, I thought it was not great, but I guess it's kind of, par for the course for a rookie coming in. Mm-hmm. I honestly wouldn't expect a rookie quarterback for the Raiders in a new system for everything to come in clicking, right? Like I think it's really difficult, particularly for our first year staff, in Clint Kubiak being there after being the Seahawks offensive coordinator last year. It's just really difficult. And we remember when Kyle Shanahan, his first season with the 49ers, installing that offense, like, it wasn't always smooth, right? Like it was Brian Hoyer being really excellent in practice and in preseason, right? But then it was a lot of the other quarterbacks kind of struggling to grasp the offense because it is hard to learn in the beginning. So I'm not surprised at all that Fernando Mendoza wasn't awesome in the preseason. I think, he clearly needs some time to develop, and he needs to prove that, I guess last year in Indiana wasn't just like, he's not a one-year wonder. He's got to prove that he can do it over multiple seasons. And I think it's really valuable to be in a system for multiple years. So hopefully for his development, he gets to have Clint Kubiak as his head coach running that offense for multiple seasons so he can grow within it. And I think he'll probably end up playing at some point, maybe November, December, because that's just how I kind of see this Raiders season going, right, in the AFC West. So I think Matt George should feel okay. It's hard to feel great about it, but it is if Matt just keeps his eye on the prize, which I know he's so good at doing,
yes,
and keeps the long term in mind,
yes.
I think ultimately, Fernando Mendoza will pay off as a viable NFL quarterback.
So, Chris, until the end there, I thought I had you pinned down. It sounded like you were saying that Fernando is, probably overrated and potentially a one-year wonder. That's what I was getting out of that.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm pretty high on Mendoza. It's not. I just try not to read too much into early stuff. Like there are some guys who are awesome in their rookie season. Think like Robert Griffin III, right?
Yeah.
And then for whatever reason things go downhill quickly, or there are guys who get off to really rough starts like Josh Allen, but then turn into superstar quarterbacks. So I think there are a lot of different paths that these guys can take, and I'd be more curious to see how Mendoza does in a regular season scenario with an actual game plan, with starters all around him, than the preseason, and try to make a value judgment off that rather than, a preseason finale that really, hopefully, that's the last third preseason game we have. Hopefully the NFL just keeps cutting down the preseason schedule, because the preseason football, in my opinion, is terrible and just lies to fans. And I'm counting down the days till it's over.
Look, I get that, but again, I mentioned this with Brendan earlier. You youngsters have no idea. We used to have 6 of them. There used to be 6 preseason games, and we liked it.
6 is crazy.
6 is crazy. I mean, the thing is, so I'm covering prep football tonight. We're going to Antelope and Roseville tonight, and like high school football, there's no problem with not having preseason. In college, there's no problem with not having preseason. I don't understand the need for the NFL to have preseason football, aside from just the opportunity for the owners and players to make more money with, TV revenue and gate revenue and all that stuff. That's the only way it's justifiable. But at a certain point, we got to look at the product and say, we can't really be forcing fans to spend money and time, and even the media, the poor old media, to devote coverage to this stuff. Like we should be better. Like I would rather have 2 extra regular season games than 2 extra preseason games, right?
Yeah,
so I'm I'm just over it. I think the football watching population deserves better.
Yeah, well, my dad was a sports writer, and he was the one that pointed out to me when I was just a lad. He said, preseason is a term the NFL made up because they don't want to call it an exhibition game. That's all it is. It's an exhibition game, so they made up preseason. Switching over to basketball. What do you make of the chatter here? And it's all, and Carmichael Dave is the one who's driving this narrative. Well, I mean, he's the one getting the information, and I give him credit for that. But what do you think of the notion of Ben Simmons potentially playing for the Kings this year?
This might be too broad and too loaded of a question, but my question would be why? What are you accomplishing? Are you bringing in a guy who's known for elevating a culture and setting a foundation for the young guys to learn from? I would argue, based on history, you're probably not doing that with Ben Simmons. Are you getting a veteran who might be a cast-off, but in the right circumstances could be really productive? And there's recent history, like Russell Westbrook, of being a productive player who can maybe help your young guys on the court. I would argue that there hasn't really been a history of that either with Ben Simmons. So I understand, yes, he's a former really good defensive player, distributor. He's obviously a number one pick, good size, athleticism, those things. I understand that he has those things on paper. I'm just not clear as to the purpose of bringing him in, because I don't think he's going to elevate your program really in any way. And maybe this will get clipped, and if the Kings sign him, he's awesome, and someone will throw this in my face. But for a team that's rebuilding, I would rather take a shot on younger players or a veteran who I know is really going to elevate the culture and take young guys under his wing and those types of things. And I just don't know if Ben Simmons is checking any of those boxes.
Yeah,
so
or let's
that's
to your point. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, and I know Brennan has some thoughts here, but you use the term checking boxes. To me, it's about the pillars, because the Kings have established we're trying to find guys that observe these pillars or fit into these pillars. And Ben Simmons, he doesn't fit any of those pillars, Chris.
Yeah, and I would agree. So I don't know what to make of it, really. I know, that it's a little bit different in the NBA now with the new tanking rules and the bottom three records and the lottery odds and those things changing to try to prevent teams from tanking it. But I just don't know how, again, Ben Simmons is elevating what you're doing. So that's, that would just be my thoughts on it. I don't know. Does Brendan feel differently? I haven't heard Brendan's take on this.
No, I mean, Chris Biederman joining us. I think for the most part, I don't think there's that much risk. Like Whitey has mentioned campaign. I think that a guy like that would make more sense, right? Just having some spacing, be more complimentary, let Malik do a little bit more in that second unit. At least somebody that can play off of him a little bit, or Simmons is never playing alongside. If he's playing alongside Domas, I think it's kind of a mess, right? If it's alongside Acuff, I don't see how that helps Acuff. And so it feels very specific to the defensive end and that backup point guard spot. But maybe I just don't care enough, to be honest, because I tend to think this is the backup point guard on a team that's going to suck. They kind of just need a body. I think for the most part, I'm well, what's the harm, right? Did you have anybody else in mind? Was Victor Oladipo more up your alley, or is that the same issue?
I honestly, it's August 28th. I have not been in basketball mode in quite some time, but I would circle back to your point on spacing, in that if you're trying to optimize everything you're doing around Darius Acuff, I would much rather have another shooter than a non-shooter. Because presumably a reason to sign Ben Simmons is to take some of the defensive load off Acuff, right? If there's something we know about Acuff as a prospect, it's that defense might be questionable. So maybe if you load up the rest of the roster with defenders, then you can make up for that. But if you have no spacing on the offensive end, then that could be more detrimental than having a poor defender on the court, right? So I think, if you're the Kings, I'm with you, Brendan, in that I don't really see the fit with Simmons and Acuff on the floor at the same time together, just because Simmons isn't spacing the floor. And I don't know if Acuff is one that's really going to be moving off the ball or playing off the ball that much. So I just think it would be kind of a clunky fit. And I think in order to maximize Acuff on the offensive end, you need as much shooting as possible so teams aren't just packing the paint and forcing him to take all those tough mid-range shots that we've seen him take as often as we have so far.
Chris, Whitey and I were having this conversation a little bit earlier about Scott Perry's pillars, and it made me realize, like, you know, I think these are so vague that every team wants guys like this, you know, like who wants somebody that's unprofessional, right? Like I'm just
non-competitive.
Yeah.
Give me a non-competitive guy.
Do you feel like, is that the talk of we want to build an identity, right? It's the biggest thing we've heard from this team this offseason, last offseason. Are the pillars that, or have we still yet to see that in some sort of on-court identity?
I think the pillars are a good talking point and a good way to sort of outline the messaging that you want to give to your fan base and your organization. Because I'm with you. Like, I looked them up because I didn't have them off memory. A reminder: competitive, tough, team-oriented, accountable, disciplined, and professional. I would say every single sports team would strive to have players that have those qualities. So there isn't really anything truly noteworthy about them, I guess. I think what maybe it's you know, if you can bring in players that embody at all of the pillars and, you know, not leave any of them out, then I guess that could be some way. But I mean, to me, it's kind of press conference talking points, right? Like, and to me, when it comes to sports, you learn over time that what is said in press conferences are often like it has less importance over time. Like, the more press conferences you sit in, I think you realize that press conferences are a lot of times just about messaging, and there isn't always 100% honesty. And actions are ultimately far more important than words, especially words coming from press conferences. So I think it's, you know, if you're Scott Perry, it makes all the sense in the world to have these pillars to talk about accountability and toughness and professionalism, et cetera, et cetera. But you have to bring in players that exemplify all of those things, or else the pillars don't really matter all that much. So I would be curious to ask Scott, like, if they do bring in Ben Simmons, how many of these boxes does he check? How many of these pillars does he embody? Because it doesn't seem like he embodies many of them. You know, particularly like the accountability stuff, the competitive stuff. You know, like I don't know. It would be a very weird signing from a team that does preach these pillars when it comes to Ben Simmons, because it doesn't seem like he really embodies the pillars at all.
Gotcha, Chris. Thank you for your time. I know you're busy. You worked last night, working tonight, so thanks for carving out a few moments for us. We appreciate it. Have a good weekend, and we hope to talk to you soon.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, man.
Chris Peterman.
Yep.
Yeah.
Think you'll have a good time out there, those high school sports, a little high school football tonight?
It sounds like this is going to be a big night of some very hard-hitting and very competitive high school football.
And some meaningless press conferences. You know? He's just dropping a little, you know, Brennan, you haven't been around that many press conferences. Once you get there, you're going to realize.
Oh, is that a little bit of
none of these matter.
In this place? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I think based on what we know already, you know, we had Joe Davidson on, and today we had Ramsey's guy on, Chris Jackson. I think the games this weekend, especially high school football, I think they're going to be tough, disciplined, competitive,
maybe
team-oriented,
accountable.
accountable, and in
no
a sense,
flags?
almost professional.
Okay.
That's what
Yeah, low flag, not very many flags out there, very disciplined play, you know. Yeah, might be some future NBA prospects out there, sounded like.
Might be when we come back. We will look at if not Ben Simmons, who else is out there? We know some of the names. Let's look at all the available point guards. And don't forget, Jerry Reynolds joining us top of the hour, too, as we roll on a Friday. Sactown Sports.
Football is back.
This is Sactown, baby!
And Sactown Sports 1140 is your home for primetime NFL games this season. This is Kevin Harlan of Westwood One. Catch all the NFL primetime action. Catch Monday, Thursday, and Sunday night football, international games, the NFL playoffs, and the Super Bowl right here on Sactown Sports all season long. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. Who wins the division? Who makes the playoffs? Who's lifting the trophy at season's end? On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Can San Francisco get back to 11 wins this season? San Fran is currently trading at 39%, meaning a $100 trade pays out $228 if they reach 11 wins. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use code Allen to get $20 when you trade $20. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 and up only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow! Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Sacramento, your fall calendar is stacked, and Sactown Sports 1140 has your ticket to some of the biggest live events coming to town. Country superstar Thomas Rhett takes over Golden One Center October 3rd. Then get ready to laugh when Mike Epps hits Hard Rock Live Sacramento on October 10th, followed by Matt Rife at Golden One Center October 11th. And on October 16th, experience the incredible music of Brett Floyd live at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. The party doesn't stop there. When Halloween hits, Sinners and Saints is taking over Thunder Valley Casino Resort October 31st with a massive Halloween party and a $5,000 costume contest. Dress big, bring your crew, and get ready for one of the wildest nights of the year. Concerts, comedy, huge nights out, and plenty of reasons to get off the couch and experience Sacramento live. Keep listening to Sactown Sports 1140 for your chance to win tickets to select events. It's the Sactown Sports Live Events Calendar, your connection to what's happening around Sacramento.
Celebration of 80 years of 49ers football. Sactown Sports is counting down 80 of the most memorable moments that have shaped the team's storied legacy and winning tradition. Here's today's faithful flashback.
Number 9, the alley-oop catch.
The alley-oop was an iconic 1957 passing play developed by San Francisco 49ers quarterback Y.A. Tittle and wide receiver R.C. Owens, where Tittle threw high passes for the former basketball star Owens to jump and catch over defenders. It's ranked as the number 71 greatest play in NFL history, as this technique became a trademark move, famously winning games back in 1957, including the last-minute TD against the Detroit Lions.
Faithful flashbacks on Sactown Sports 1140. The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
No, Alan Stiles isn't here today. Brendan Nunes is here. And Brendan, I know that we just heard Jay Ross's 49er flashback, and we're getting closer and closer to the end of those with the season about to start. And you typically write something for the website about those, right?
Yeah.
Is there one that stands out or any? I know some of this goes way, way, way back.
Yeah, I mean, learning about Y.A. Tittle, just guys that I was unfamiliar with, essentially, or knew the names of but didn't appreciate the extent of. Honestly, I know I'm sounding super young here, but even guys like Roger Craig, I think obviously I'm aware and you hear about it, but I think actually it forcing me to be okay, let me actually look at some of these moments and things that he did. And I'm like, these guys, the Niners were ridiculous. And I was very aware of that, but realizing the extent of the talent and how much they're, just went from one to the Steve Young story is obviously ridiculous, but for him to be so successful right away. I think just a lot of, it's cool to understand the history of the team better that I obviously should for the team that I'm a fan of. But it's hard when things are a while back, again, you just hear stories. And so to actually dig in and learn some of these things of their original stadium, I'm forgetting where it was located, but it was very much
Golden Gate Park.
Yeah,
I went to a game there once. First time my dad took me to a 49er game.
They had a random practice facility going on as well that I think was a little bit more Bay
Area
so
focused. Different then.
Yeah.
The NFL was nothing close to what the NFL is now.
Yeah, it's crazy. A lot of changes, but Niners been pretty fortunate. Somebody was asking actually in the chat of saying that, they're trying to get into football and they picked the Niners. Is that a good decision? And obviously I might have a little bit of bias, but I would say yes, if you are attempting to get into the sport. I think it is good and fun to root for a team that is historically competitive and often in the race, at least a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good way to get into a lot of these different sports. So I'm all for it, and great history and continuing to grow on that.
Ramsey, what would be the worst team? Someone's like, I want to be a fan. What's the worst team to be a fan of right now? If you're just starting out being a football fan, Arizona?
Potentially. Or
this is hard for Ramsey because he has 19 favorite teams.
I am aware.
Or just talent-wise, unfortunately, they've been great in the past, but the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah. I almost think that the Chargers are somewhere in there just because there's a lack of a fan base for you to, have all those interactions with. Part of it, what's being fun, the fun of becoming a fan is all the other people that you all of a sudden are part of their community.
So
right?
you're looking big picture too, because right now Chargers are, they got some.
They're not bad. That'd be a fun team to root for, but I think it'd be real sad when I'm just man, a lot of the other team's fans in here. Vegas kind of similar. It's a good time to jump on it for the team, but I think it's really fun. I'm attempting to get into soccer, Whitey, and especially obviously inspired by World Cup. I've been thinking for a while I need to do that, and I was trying to pick my team, right? And I was like, I think I just need to pick a team that is absolutely ridiculous. And soccer's obviously weird. It's a little baseball of okay, well, who has the money, And I decided I'm going to pick Barcelona. Right. I also just jumped on, hey, everybody loves Lamine Yamal, 17, 18, next guy. So I fell for the bait. Right. But I think that's the way to do it is that hey, jump on board with one of the great teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We were just talking about Jay Ross, and I apologize while you were talking. I got a text. Jason Ross is going to join us next segment.
Hey.
Yeah.
Made it down.
From Eastern Michigan.
Okay. The gray field out there.
Gray
Have you
field.
seen that?
I have not.
Yeah, they have a full gray field. It is very interesting.
I guess I'm okay with that, but why?
Don't really
When you look
know.
at all the options.
Yeah. Yeah, not a huge fan. There's a couple weird courts, right? Like Coastal Carolina has some like turquoise court. That's a crazy one.
Is it Eastern Washington that's blue?
Boise.
Boise's blue. Eastern Washington has a red field.
That's right.
Red is great. I like gray is one thing, and it looks weird. It's like, okay, kind of bleak, I guess. Red, blue, that's a lot going on.
I believe I've read that at Boise you have birds sometimes fly over and then they think it's water. Which I don't think happens with the gray.
No, probably not. That's a tough outcome. You think if you're on a blue field, do you get to wear blue? Like, is that home field advantage?
They do.
In a way?
They do wear blue a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That feels like it would be a little confusing. I
mean, you're quite a statement.
This is
yeah.
You're standing
You're
out
in
a lot.
the blue zone,
Yeah,
brother. And watch out, because you never know when a duck is gonna come straight down.
Yep, they can skydive exactly straight into you. You never know. You look like water out here. You look like everything else.
So J-Ross going to join us next segment. Real quick, I know we were talking about if not Ben Simmons, who else? Here's a list from SpotTrack of 2026 point guard free agents who are available right now. Igor Demin and Jamal Shed are restricted. So, I mean, you like both of those, but they're restricted. So the unrestricted guys on this list still available. Gabe Vincent, Aaron Holiday. They have Kyle Lowry on here. Russ is on here too. Killian Hayes, Nick Smith Jr., Jameer Young, Mac McClung, Ty Washington Jr., Sharif Cooper. So there's not a lot to choose from.
There's not. And, Whitey, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Mac McClung makes my blood boil.
He does.
I cannot stand Mac McClung. And it's not his fault. It's the NBA's fault.
You mean Dunkman Mac McClung?
See, you're part of the problem right now, man. I can't do this.
He's the greatest dunker in your life or mine.
In G League history. It grinds my gears that we are just putting all these G League players. To our conversation earlier of the All-Star game needs to go away. The whole weekend sucks right now, to be honest.
It does.
And
I agree.
It's nothing. Mac, shout out to him because he is entertaining. It's more of he is a prime example of like, there are NBA dudes that could do this. Now, Mac is like another level of dunker. Don't get me wrong. But at what point are we just bringing in professional dunkers? Like, what are we doing? Anyways, Mac McClung doesn't do it basketball-wise for me. Doesn't do anything. Gabe Vincent is the one where you're just like, okay, this is the best player on the list, right?
Yeah.
And
his previous annual average, however, is $11 million, and I'd have to think Gabe may not really be that interested.
That's a big part of the problem
here.
And if he is going to take a minimum salary somewhere, it's not the Kings. Right? Like, he was in Miami previously. He was one of their great stories. Undrafted guy, works his way up, even though he started in Stockton, whatever.
Right.
And so if I'm getting offered a minimum salary, if that's the only thing I got on the table, and I have one from Miami and, maybe Boston or wherever it may be, Denver and Sacramento's the bottom of that list. So I find it really hard to imagine Gabe Vincent being within their price range. Now, if you wanted to go more younger player, like, that's where Nick Smith Jr. is probably the one to me where I'm like, okay, this is a very young player. I thought that he had some interesting moments for the Lakers last year.
22 years old.
22, super young. He was the youngest player at the time he was drafted. I think he was drafted at 18, 19 out of, I want to say it was Bama. It was Bama or Oklahoma. I'm forgetting off the top of my mind. But Arkansas, a different red school. And so, I mean, if you wanted to go the young route, that's probably where I would lean, maybe Ty Washington. But for the most part, I think that you do want to, I know Ben Simmons doesn't fit this, but you want to know what you're getting from that spot a little bit. It shouldn't be a wild card player for your backup point guard, because reality is your starting point guard is a wild card right now. It's a rookie in Darius Acuff. So as much as you think he's going to be good, he needs the reps, like, you would like some sense of consistency from some of those backup spots. And I think that's why I could talk myself into more of an older player, but I still probably lean towards, if it was me, like, I try Nick Smith Jr., I like Aaron Holiday. I love the Holiday brothers in general. I think it's just because Drew is such a likable player. And, like, Justin Holiday was on the team years ago. He didn't really do anything. But, like, I've always liked Aaron a little bit.
It does seem like for the Kings, part of the job description here for this role they're trying to fill is you are the caddy for Acuff.
Yeah.
Acuff's the guy. Maybe that's one reason why they don't want to bring in a young player who is going to obviously try to show, no, I want to show that I should be the guy. The Kings seem like they want somebody who's going to be not only a mentor, but somebody who knows that you ain't the guy. You ain't going to be the guy. He's the guy.
And you know what's weird to me? Like, how bad was Killian Hayes last year? That he was on a team option for next year. That was a limited salary.
2-year deal.
They could have kept that around, or you had him in your system. Like, we're talking about going for a younger player. He's not super young. What is he? I think 25 at this point.
Yes, he is. You're exactly right.
He was a, obviously highly touted pick when he came out. Max Reynaud, another Frenchman, called him sort of like their wonder kid at the time, highest drafted up to that point. Obviously, Wemby breaks it, but like you wanted a young player. Yeah. You had him there already.
Yeah, he just could not make a three.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You know who can make threes, or at least he used to? Jason Ross. He's going to join us from Ypsilanti, Michigan, and set us up for Sac State's big debut tomorrow. That's all next with J. Ross, Sactown Sports.
Follow Sactown Sports 1140 on Instagram and X at Sactown 1140 to see the best moments from all your favorite shows and up-to-the-minute live reactions and updates on the Kings, 49ers, and more. That's at Sactown 1140 on Instagram and X. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Mostly clear overnight tonight, with temperatures eventually dropping off into the mid to upper 50s by Saturday morning. And then we'll have mostly sunny skies with daytime highs in the upper 80s to around 90 degrees. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Hi, I'm Congressman Kevin Kiley. The most important part of my job is helping the people I represent. That's why I was so honored to receive the National Award for Best Constituent Service. Here's just one of the thousands of people our office has helped.
Hi, my name's Eric. When I turned 65 and went to apply for Social Security and Medicare benefits, I found that my identity had been stolen, and as a result, I was being denied the Medicare benefits I so badly needed. Only Congressman Kiley's office was able to step in and clear up the mess and get me the benefits to which I was entitled. Thank you, Congressman Kiley.
As the only independent in the House of Representatives, I always put constituent service first and never ask if someone's a Democrat, Republican, or something else. If you can't get an answer from a federal agency, or if you feel you've been treated unfairly, we are here to help. This is Congressman Kevin Kiley. Visit kiley.house.gov and I'll do everything I can to help you. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Hey, Sactown, High Flyer here. Something big is coming. DraftKings Games Day arrives a massive deal, exclusive deals, and all-day celebration built for fans and sports. The countdown has begun. All roads are leading to game day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states, from California to Florida. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, new era, and big day in sports history. Get ready to celebrate new DraftKings customers. Sign up with code SACTOWN. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That code, once again, SACTOWN. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offers by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Tradings involve risk of loss, market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable prediction dollars that expires in 1 year. Terms, dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
Country in the Park 2, presented by your California Army National Guard, October 23rd 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Russell Dickerson. Plus more. Enjoy line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bull, and food trucks. Tickets start at just $70. Country in the Park 2, October 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Sky River Casino and Joel Gott Wines. More info at CITPFest.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Toyota's national sales event is on. Save big on Toyota's 21 hybrid and electrified models. Score deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. Get 1.99% APR on the all-electric 2026 CHR. Or get 0% APR plus $500 finance cash on that fully electric 2026 BZ and the BZ Woodland. Toyota's national sales event is on now. Stop by your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Not be combined with other offers. Ends 8/31/26.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
No. Not Alan Stiles today. We have Brendan Nunes with us, and right now joining us from Ypsilanti, Michigan. The side of the Gray Field, the infamous Gray Field, Brendan.
Yes.
Yeah. We've got Sac State with their MAC debut against Eastern Michigan tomorrow, their FBS opener. And nice enough to join us with more on that. The voice of the Hornets, Jason Ross. Jay Ross, what's going on?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for squeezing us in on your travel day. How have your travels been today?
Literally, we just got here. We are a little behind. And Whitey, one of the things when the first schedule came out, I was like, all right, this is going to be an exciting time. Maybe there's a chance we could get in and see Tigers baseball. Well, the Tigers are home tonight. They're taking on the Dodgers. It's actually Tarek Skubal.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't have worked out. I just looked. They're already like in the 6th inning, so I would have totally missed it. We literally just got to the hotel, though. But we're here. We're safe. And we're ready.
Mm-hmm. What's the vibe around the team with this, could be an historic opener for the Hornets tomorrow?
I think definitely the coaching staff, and because some of them played as Hornets years ago, they know the perspective of the history of it. Look, this is the start. I think the whole thing is an investment in the future of the program. So year one is just totally up for grabs. Who knows what it's really going to be like? But yeah, it's the first game they've ever played. The fact that it's a road game at this level, the fact that it's a conference game has a little more meaning to it. So yeah, there's a lot on the line. When they announced back in mid-February that they're moving up to the MAC, it was really exciting. The only thing I wish we had a time machine and they could have done it about 15, maybe 20 days earlier, because they would have got in front of the portal and the recruiting time. But it didn't happen that way. And so they're going into it. They still have talented players, and we'll see if they're ready for MACtion.
Jay Ross joining us here. Jay Ross, I got to say, I'm using your co-host's headphones today. And I don't know how long this guy has had these. One of the ears doesn't work. I'm over here like holding the bottom of the cord because I'm like, it only works if I do certain things. I don't know what's going on with your co-host here, but you're actually out. Yeah, I figured as much. I didn't even have a question for you there. I've been wanting to vent about this, and I figured that you could appreciate that a little bit. But I was talking about the Eastern Michigan matchup, obviously, and mentioned the gray field to Whitey. Whitey was unaware of the gray field they have going on. I'm assuming that you're aware as well. How do we feel about this? Is this I'm curious to your takes after you get out there and actually see what it looks like in person, but kind of a weird look on camera.
Yeah, it's one of 3 at this level. So I guess Boise, they're famous for the blue field. I think at Coastal Carolina, I want to say, has a teal field. And then here at Eastern Michigan, they're the other one with the gray. Now, when the Hornets were at the FCS level, like the Aggies still are and playing in the Big Sky, we would go up to Cheney every year, Eastern Washington. That was alarming because that had the Inferno and the red field, and I'd never seen anything like that. So I've seen pictures of what they call the factory here at Michigan State. Crosby Field, by the way, donated by Max Crosby of the Raiders, so one of the great alums of Eastern Michigan. But it's not as jarring, at least on the pictures, but I'll have to wait and see Brennan in person if it's how it really looks. But I haven't seen it yet. We'll finally get that debut tomorrow.
Jay Ross with us, of course, among other things, the voice of Sac State football. We know how excited everyone is around here. There's a lot of curiosity. Have you gotten any sense from the media days and talking to people, J. Ross, how's the rest of the conference? How do they view Sac State? How are they looking at the incoming Hornets?
Well, there's a little bit of a mix. I would say the mix is they're excited that California is in the conference. I mean, whether it's Sac State, obviously, but I think some of the coaches deem that as another state, another recruiting tool, more eyeballs on their conference. They like that. But when I went to the media day, literally everyone that I talked to there all talked about, oh man, your travel. And I don't know. At the moment, it feels a bit overrated just because the Hornets have 4 road games in the conference. Well, we've already knocked out one of the road trips out here. And I mean, honestly, guys, I've traveled with them. This is my 30th season. And if we got on a plane and we flew to Flagstaff, or we got on a plane and flew to Montana, I mean, some of those flights are 2 hours. This was 4. I mean, it was a little bit longer. And the funny thing about that, Whitey, is the longest travel trip of the year, ironically, is the last game, and it's at Hawaii. But everyone's like, oh, what a trip that's going to be. Well, wait, if travel's a problem, that's the longest way we have to go. But everybody thinks it's so cool that they're going to Hawaii. So, but that's what really everybody was mentioning was the Hornets travel. They don't really have a lot of back-to-backs as far as road goes. Our next road flight isn't until mid-October. So, I mean, it's going to be fine.
Between Carson Conklin under center, Matthew Coleman out there, and Jamar Curtis in the backfield as well, do you feel like this Sac State offense has enough to keep up moving up conferences here and enough offense to keep up with teams in the MAC?
First off, good knowledge.
I know. That's a football question.
You know,
right
honestly,
there.
where that comes from, J. Ross, is that there's a college football game that I enjoy to play every year, and Sac State making it into the MAC meant they were in the game, and I did an entire rebuild with them, and I was like, you know what? I'm locked in. Matthew Coleman, also San Jose State guy, and I'm a little tapped in there.
So you've been playing as the Hornets. I got to tell you, that's the thing the players are most excited about is that they're in the video game.
I have been, yeah.
What still good knowledge, good memory that even the guys that they were playing. That's the biggest question, honestly, guys, to me is I think they're ready. I think they're prepared. It's all new. The history of it, new coach. There's some new coaching, a whole new coaching staff. Not a lot of returners. Last year, everybody talked about they have 70 new players. There's 73 new players this year, so it's even more of a turnover. But I think the whole question, the whole thing that will partly get answered tomorrow is how good is the MAC? I mean, I think the Big Sky was really good. They're obviously playing up a level, but in the last couple of years, guys, when the Hornets would play that one game a year where they played up, they totally belong. They should have beat Nevada last year. They beat Stanford the year before that. They beat Colorado. I mean, they've been able to beat the teams, but can you do it every week? I think that's the big question. And, you know, their schedule honestly is favorable, at least what last year's results were. They don't play the top 2 teams. They play a lot of the bottom teams from the MAC, but each year is different. How did those teams get better? We'll find out. It feels like it's kind of that Midwest tough running kind of conference, which the Big Sky wasn't necessarily that. So we'll see. I think we'll find out a lot more tomorrow for sure.
Thanks so much for fitting us in, Jay Ross. We appreciate it. Like I say, I know it's a busy day for you. Plus, do you even do prep? You probably know the game so well, you just kind of roll out there and just start calling the game, right?
It's nothing but prep. I'm doing prep from now to kickoff. I can't wait. The prep is the best part.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Have a great call. Have a great weekend. And Stingers up.
All right. Thank you, guys. Brendan, keep playing as the Hornets. And say hi to Jerry, too, for me, please.
You got it. You got it.
Appreciate you, J.
Yeah,
Ross.
thank you, J. Ross. Yeah. Jerry Reynolds is coming up next. Mr. Reynolds does not like to be kept waiting. So we'll be right back. Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, I'm Frank Cockrell, the Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. When we talk about interest rates, most people immediately think of the Federal Reserve, but the Fed is only part of the story. The Fed has significant influence over short-term rates, but longer-term rates are largely determined in the bond market. Treasury borrowing matters. When Washington needs to finance larger deficits and issue more debt, that increased supply can put upward pressure on Treasury yields. Then there's confidence. As the nation's debt grows, investors may demand higher yields to compensate for inflation, fiscal, and long-term repayment risks. So even if the Fed lowers rates, mortgages and other long-term borrowing costs don't necessarily follow. For investors and borrowers, the message is simple. Watch the Fed, but also watch inflation, Treasury yields, government borrowing, and America's fiscal health. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Mosaic Wealth, member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Life can get hectic. That's why Progressive provides claim support 24/7, 365 days a year, all the time. But not like in a desperate way. We're not just waiting online for you to talk to us or waiting by the phone. I mean, we are waiting by the phone, but not like staring at it. Well, now I am. I'm staring at it. The point is, Progressive Claim Support is here for you 24/7 in a totally chill, normal way. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow! Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like on Wash and Wax, you can get 3 Meguiar's products for just $20. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. Chad, what's going down for the Make This the Summer Sales event?
Summer is the best time of the year, not just for fun and adventures, but for huge savings at Hoblet. Right now, you can save up to $14,500 off MSRP on new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitudes. This is easily one of the best-looking Jeeps on the road and has the latest, greatest tech.
Ooh, I do love that latest tech. Makes the drive so much better.
But Jeep is so much more than tech. Right now, you can save up to $10,800 off MSRP on new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sports. It's the best of both worlds. A little Jeep and a little truck for whatever you need to get done.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$14,500 total net savings on new Jeep Cherokee and $10,800 total net savings on new Jeep Gladiator after dealer discount and factory incentives. Incentives may include $1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance for eligible trade and $500 military or first responder bonus cash for eligible members. At least 5 Cherokees at this net savings, 3 Gladiators. VIN number 175877, 175870, 175871. Excludes tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader. Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
I would say that even by Kings standards, it's been a little bit of an unusual week. Here we are talking about rumors, suggestions that the Kings might be looking at Ben Simmons. So we need somebody to tell us what the heck could be going on here, and who better to do that than all-time Kings icon, nice enough to join us once again, the one, the only, Jerry Reynolds. How are you today, Jerry?
Well, pretty good. Great to be with you and Brendan. Obviously, a lot of things happening this week and this weekend. We're getting some sports started, good football on the way, and so it's all good.
Mm-hmm.
And, the Kings thing, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things where, a guy, you get the reports, the guy looked great in workouts. So, well, did he work out against air? Who did he work out against?
Well, yeah. I know that, Dave has been the one who has been sharing this information, and he has very good sources. So, there's something that's been going on. So let's take that at face value. Do you see the upside if Ben Simmons, and I know there's lots of questions about, well, how did he look? But do you see some upside, like what he potentially could bring to the party if they did come to some kind of agreement?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things to where if, in fact, and these are all big ifs.
Yes.
As you and Brandon know, these are huge ifs, especially with him. If he's healthy and, if it looks like he actually wants to play basketball again, which that's kind of the number one thing besides the health. And looks like he could be ready to go and play at somewhere near the level he did prior to the last 2 or 3 years in the league. He's a multi-position guy and, been an all-star. Obviously, he's never going to score a lot, but, this is a team that could use a guy who can really guard people, which he could do in his prime, and a terrific assist guy. I mean, you could run him as a 4-3-2-1. I mean, so that's something the Kings don't have. So you'd have to say if you could get a former number one pick that can play somewhere close to what he did his first 4 or 5 years in the league, it'd be worth the risk, especially at the right price. And the right price, in my mind, would be almost no guaranteed money.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jerry, good to talk to you. How you doing, sir?
Good, Brendan.
A lot of the conversation when the Kings were looking for this backup point guard spot that obviously Russell Westbrook filled last year was, do they need a mentor for Darius Acuff? And I think you hear varying takes on how much the mentorship matters or what that really even looks like at the NBA level. And I'm curious your perspective, having spent so much time around the league and the sport overall. How much do you see that playing a factor for young players? And, does it matter if it's coming from someone who played the same position as them?
That's great points. I don't think it's necessarily that you need a mentor. I mean, Chris Paul didn't have a mentor, did he? He did okay.
He did.
I mean, and certainly. So, I mean, I just think Magic Johnson didn't need one. And, I mean, if you really think your young point guard's going to be special, I don't know, that may just get in the way. Of course, I've always thought, to your point, I mean, I think other veterans can be the mentor as well as and maybe even better, because it's a little less of a personal thing. When you have somebody with the same job telling you how to do it. I'm not sure sometimes if it doesn't work the wrong way. I know it did with Fox, at least. And so no, I don't think it's that big a deal. I mean, I think the Kings could use certainly a backup point guard, that besides Monk, and not that they'll find anybody better than Monk, but I would certainly think they need that, but not as a mentor. And I guess my final point would be, and I see what you guys think, well, I don't know why, with a dozen coaches, why you can't get some mentors right there.
Right. Yeah, I know. I've wondered about that too. Brendan brought up an interesting point about Ben Simmons, an interesting thing about the possibility of bringing him in, which I'm going to steal here and ask you about. Could part of it be, all right, you bring him in and he plays well, and then maybe you have an asset you could spin off for some draft capital at the deadline? Could that be part of the appeal from the Kings standpoint?
Well, it certainly could be. I mean, if he plays well, he's going to be, he'd be an asset, and certainly had a limited contract. It's not going to be a huge contract, so there'd be a lot of teams. Certainly, if it looks like, he's the Ben Simmons of old, the old Ben Simmons, but just about half the contenders would probably have to have an interest. So, yeah, that might be the best reason to do it. I think that's a good point.
Yeah, Jerry, I think that as obviously Darius Acuff is the highlight here and expected to be the focal point next season, it's easy to forget Keegan Murray starting a 5-year, $140 million extension and supposed to be one of the long-term pieces here. Obviously, he dealt with a lot of injuries last year and kind of trended downwards since early in his career while asked to do different things. But on the offensive end, what do you feel like would be the next steps for him? And do you feel like there's any reason to worry about where his shots are going to come from with all the other offensive options that Sacramento has?
I think there's a reason to be concerned. I mean, I really do. I've been a huge Keegan fan, but he has been trending the wrong direction, certainly offensively. I think he's become a better all-around player, and that may have even affected his offense. But he needs to be certainly more aggressive and demanding and hungry for the ball and scoring opportunities this year. And I think consistency is what you're really striving for. I mean, you just can't have the 4-point games and the 18-point games. He needs to be kind of guy on a bad night can get you 14, and good nights will get you 22 or 4, that sort of thing. And we just haven't seen that from him. And this year's time. It's time.
Mm-hmm. Here's my question, Jerry, and we've probably asked you variations of this in the previous weeks. How do the Kings balance running the offense through Domas? How do you balance that with running the offense through Acuff? Because presumably you want Acuff to be the point of attack, but if you're going to have Domas on the floor, you want to take advantage of his passing. So how do you think they should balance those two factors?
Well, here again, this would just be my thoughts, and it'd be interesting. You guys know as much about it or more than I do. But I just think that certainly in the open court and transition, you want Acuff to have free reign, green light, whatever, to create offense for himself and others. And really it should be almost an automatic that rebounds, anything, you find him. Mm-hmm. This shouldn't be an equal opportunity. Everybody and her brother dribble it up to try to do something. I mean, it's time to get a little more selective.
Yeah,
in my mind. And then, but then on the other hand, when you are in the half court, I really do think you use the bonus. It'll make his, it's not that you have to do it forever, but he's going to need help.
Yeah.
He's going to need, and I think, with Sabonis, I think he can get the ball moving and take some of the pressure off Acuff. Certainly, I think they'll be good in the screen and rolls. And so I guess that would be my thought is that in the half court, when you're in the half court, get the ball out of his hands a little more. And I mean, I just think that my feeling is that I'll be surprised if he can't put up numbers similar to what Fox put up his second year. I think he'll do much better than Fox did his first year. But fans are, if anybody's expecting him to go get 24 a game and 10 assists and make the All-Star team, they're going to be likely to be very disappointed.
At least early on. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you hope you'll get to that someday, but I mean, it's, Jason Kidd didn't get there in the first year either, or Gary Payton or those guys, and they're in Hall of Fame. So,
yeah, Jerry, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but it feels like Doug is in a spot where he's really fighting to prove that he deserves to stay in that role throughout this season. And I'm curious, as somebody that's been in that coaching spot, been in the general manager spot where you're evaluating that sort of guy, what can he show to prove that he's the right man for this job moving forward? Is it just as simple as winning more games than people expect?
I think generally speaking, that's it. I mean, there's probably a little more to it, but, just win, win more. Now, I think he's in a good spot in that regard because of the low expectations, with the, Vegas line and some other lines where the Kings are expected to, win 22, 23 games, whatever, and be the last team in the West. So if you win 32 or 3 and I think that would have to be taken into consideration. I don't know that it will, but I would think if Coach Christie can win 10, 12 more games than they're predicted, it'd be hard not to give him credit for that. And then the last point would be really the continued development of the young players that you hope can be players. And at least kind of in second year or first year, find out, kind of where they are and where they can go. Because I'm not one of those people who automatically assumes just because they're young they're going to get better. History proves that it just isn't the case. If everybody got better every year, boy, you'd have a whole bunch of Michael Jordans.
There's only one Jerry Reynolds, nice enough to join us. Are you distracted here talking to us when you got your Chiefs battling the Seahawks right now?
I've got it recorded, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but having said it, boy, I do hate preseason. Get this stuff over with.
Yes, almost there. DeMar DeRozan, how you figure he's probably going to fit in with the Nuggets?
I think really good.
Yeah.
I think that was, it's too bad they lost Peyton Watson, because I think if they kept him and Aaron Gordon get healthy, I think they would be, I'm not saying they're as good as San Antonio, Oklahoma City, but they could have scared them pretty good. And I think DeRozan's going to think he went to basketball heaven. I think he's going to get a lot of open shots, and Denver needs a guy that can go get a bucket. Besides, Jokic, of course. And so, yeah, I think, I wish him well. He was a pro's pro, and he is who he is. And I think it'll work out great for him and them.
Yeah, Jerry, a little bit curious what you make of some teams that we were talking about a little bit earlier of how much of a step could they really take this next year. And we'll bring it back to the Kings eventually, but like Washington and Utah, right, are the two that acquired some guys at the deadline, haven't seen them play yet. They're supposed to make that next jump. Obviously, the Kings are still a few years away from that. But when you see teams like that add the additions that they had, 2 number 1 picks, do you feel like this is the part of the process where they should be taking the next step? And again, obviously the Kings are a few years away from that, but do you feel like they've done enough to take a step there, and are they no longer in that same tier as Sacramento towards the bottom of the league right now?
I'd say, Brendan, I mean, if they don't, I think they're going to feel like they really, really screwed up. I mean, they're at the stage now where they've got young talent, but they've got some veterans, both teams. And, they've been, certainly Utah, they've been building for this year for several years. So at some point, you just, and of course, playing for the draft is pretty much that's run its course. So, if they're not a lot better, I'd say probably just somebody's job's going to be in danger, as well as some trades coming up and all that. But I think both of them will be quite a bit better. Certainly with Washington, if Davis, plays 60 games, which I guess there's about as much chance of him as me, but playing 60. But I mean, in Trey Young, I mean, and some young talent there. Obviously, they've got some guys that can play. So, they better make a big move, and I think they will. I mean, I don't see them as a top 4, but I think both those teams could be top 8 contenders, in there, and they, could be. I wouldn't be betting any money, by the way, fellas.
No. Catching up, of course, with Jerry Reynolds. So I asked you about DeMar. Who do you think will be a better fit with his new team? Kuminga with the T-Wolves or Benedict Mathurin with the Pels?
Boy, that's two guys that probably hard to fit anywhere. But I think they're both very gifted, hungry. I don't know.
Ball dominant.
We're kind of the me first guys, that sort of thing. But their talent could fit. That's for sure. I mean, they can help those teams, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of either one. I guess you kind of got that. It's not because they don't have talent, but
I got you.
I think their games are a little bit. I'll get mine.
That's what makes me wonder a little bit about Minnesota, because they've had so much success, and they seem like some of the players they've acquired this offseason are kind of counter to some of the reasons they've had so much success in recent years.
I couldn't agree more. LaMelo Ball and Kuminga to go with Ant. It's not that they're, and of course Ant's great, but I'm just not sure that's just going to be. Yeah. I'm not sure they got better.
Right.
I guess is what I would say. They're different, and they'll be exciting. But are they closer to the Spurs or Oklahoma City? I don't think they are.
Yeah.
Jerry, do you feel like Malik is, he's one of those guys that I think the Kings are also shopping. Everybody talks about Zach and Domas, and it just doesn't seem like there's much interest in Malik Monk, not for a lack of the Kings trying. He's making upwards of $20 million this year, player option next year. Do you feel like he's almost getting grouped into that category of players? It feels like, guys that can go and score, whether it's Kuminga or Mathurin or like Quentin Grimes, I think fell into this, Cam Thomas. Obviously, Malik's a little bit different, but do you feel like that archetype overall is just losing value in the modern NBA, and does Malik belong in that grouping?
I'll say this for Malik. I thought if there was any player on the roster last year that probably got misused, it was Malik. Now obviously he had injuries, but gosh, I think he's a really good player. I think he's one of the more underrated players in the league now, to where he might have been slightly overrated a couple of years ago. But no, I'd be surprised if he doesn't have a really good year. The guy can really score. And if he plays under a little bit of control, he showed at times he could run a team a little bit, but then he'd get a little carried away with himself. But yeah, I think it's way too early to sell your stock in Malik Monk. That's what I think. And I think, if your goal is to move him, I think if he gets consistent minutes and everything, I think he'll establish enough value to where he's going to be a nice asset again, which, and that's really kind of in my mind how the league is changing to where, to really improve, it's going to be a lot through trades.
Yeah.
And the only way you can trade is you have to have somebody wants. So So that's going to be a real goal, I think, for Scott Perry going forward, is that, hopefully the Kings can develop assets in order to really have a chance at changing their team and direction.
Mm-hmm. Who did you want to ask Jerry about? Without Jay here, Ramsey wanted to go back in time with you, Jerry. Who's your player today, Ramsey?
Today, my player is probably from the mid-'70s and '80s, one of the most underrated players, one of the great scorers by the name of Kiki Vandeweghe.
Ooh, tell us, Jerry, about Kiki Vandeweghe.
Kiki Vandeweghe. Now, I will tell you later on a story that I didn't like about Kiki, but because I tried to trade for him.
Oh,
but when he was still at Portland, and then of course they were trying to angle to get him to New York, which they did because his dad or uncle or whoever played there. But anyway, yeah, Kiki was a great he was truly a great offensive player. I mean, he was one of those guys early that could not only shoot the deep ball, could really break you down off the dribble, was really underrated athletically because he really had some quickness to his game, and Ramsey really did at that time utilize him well. They played a game, and of course he was that way in Denver before.
Yeah,
gosh, the guy was a bucket. He was you put him on the floor and 30 minutes, he's going to give you 25 and almost unguardable. So yeah, he was a real deal. Mm-hmm. And defensively, well below average, I would say. Mm-hmm. And there, as Jeff Petrie said, there was a rumor once that he almost got a rebound. Didn't quite get it.
Okay.
And I scouted him a lot. I was gonna say, yeah, he wasn't one to go in there and try to bang guys around. It would have had to bounce to him. And he was. But I mean, offensively, he was a lot like, kind of like Pagey, not as physical, but probably even more creative off his dribble and ways to get shots. But yeah, I guess the story, though, it really still pisses me off, to be honest. We tried to make a trade for him because I thought, with Mitch and some of those guys at the time, I think he would really been a nice fit. But his agent called me and said, don't trade for him because he will have a serious back injury. And of course I knew, that they were, and so, but I knew, well, there's no reason to get into that.
Right,
but
right.
I thought, okay, I'll remember.
Wow.
So I told on him.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Well, thank you, Coach. Good luck to your Chiefs tonight, and we appreciate it as always. Yeah.
Well, great talking to you guys, and heard Jason Ross on there, one of the all-timers. And,
yes.
Glad. I know he's not worrying about the long trips, but let's talk to him at the end of the year, see how that goes.
Yeah, there we go.
We will, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks, Jerry. We appreciate it as always.
See you guys.
Okay,
Jerry.
Take it easy. You trade for him, he's going to have a bad back. 1, 2, 3 big fat takeaways from the Niners preseason win over the Raiders last night are coming up next on Sactown Sports.
This is Sactown, baby!
Follow Sactown Sports 1140 on Facebook at facebook.com/Sactown Sports. To keep tabs on the Kings, 49ers, UC Davis, and the entire Sactown Sports lineup all season long. Facebook.com/Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, Sactown, High Flyer here. Something big is coming. On September the 2nd, DraftKings Games Day arrived a massive deal, exclusive deals, and all-day celebration built for fans in sports. The countdown has begun. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember the date, September the 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, new era, and big day in sports history. Get pumped. Get ready to celebrate new DraftKings customers. Sign up with code Sactown. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. days. That code, once again, Sactown, in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offers by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Tradings involve risk of loss, market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable prediction dollars that expires in 1 year. Terms, dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
What keeps you up at night? Do you wonder if what you've saved will be enough? If your money will go as far as you plan? Or whether your retirement will look the way you imagine? What worries you? Everyone's concern is different, but ignoring it won't make it disappear. This is Ron Paul. You may not be able to predict what comes next, but you can take steps now to diversify your savings with precious metals before uncertainty becomes urgency. My friends at Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit explaining how gold can help diversify your IRA or 401k. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. There's no cost and no obligation. Just free information to help you consider your option. Take the first step with Birch Gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898.
Sacramento's best selection, best quality, and lowest prices on kitchen and bath products are at the new Anova Cabinet and Stone. For a limited time, get stunning new quartz countertops starting at just $159. That's right, only $159 for gorgeous quartz countertops. Listen to this. For a limited time, cabinets for kitchens and bathrooms are up to 50% off. Yes, up to 50% off new cabinets. It's a must-see, the new Anova Cabinet and Stone at Florin Road and Highway 99. Learn more at AnovaCabinetStone.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery, some up to 5 years, and we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Our thanks to Jerry Reynolds for joining us. Wow, he always tells us the best stories. Ramsey, thanks for asking about Kiki Vandeweghe. And Jerry told the story of how he tried to trade for Kiki Vandeweghe, and he was told by Kiki's agent that if you trade for him, he's going to develop a really bad back condition. Don't you think, Brendan Noon is in with us today, and thank you, Brendan, for helping us out last couple of days. Don't you think that's probably one big reason why when Kings fans, and we're all fans, we look at this player, why don't the Kings talk about that guy, or why don't they get that guy or this guy? They should try to trade for this guy. Don't you think sometimes it's because that guy ain't going to come here?
I think that does happen a good bit. You know, unfortunately, I think Sacramento does have a stigma. You fly into the airport and you're just like, nothing really going on here, you know? And that's just the location of the airport. Obviously, there's plenty of guys that have gotten here, Chris Webber being a great example. I think De'Aaron really liked the city. You know, I think Keegan falls under, like, there are guys that very much appreciate the city and grow to like it after they're coming here, but I do think they kind of are the butt of the joke a lot. They have been a very disappointing organization when it comes to the on-court product for a long time. So if you're not, you know, super familiar and aware of talking to other people that have been on the team, like, man, that fan base is amazing, right? Like, that's the sell, really. But outside of that, they've been the definition of misfunction in the NBA. So I think there are probably a lot of instances where people don't realize agents have a lot of control, players have a lot of control in the modern league, and if they say don't want to go somewhere, it's They were faking injuries that long ago. I'm sure it's gotten even more complicated now.
I would guess that if it's true that players don't want to come here, it would have more to do with the fact that the team's not very good than it would with the region. And obviously I'm biased, but also part of it is, players, they make so much money now. You come here and you're in between a lot of places where you'd want to go, and it's not that big a deal to go hop on your jet and fly to LA or whatever. Yeah, even if you're not crazy about this area.
I think Zach, DeMar, both LA guys, spent a lot of time in LA throughout the course of the season, too. The idea of when they're talking about LeBron going to Golden State, it's like, well, he could still stay in LA, or in Philly. Isn't he allegedly supposed to be living in New York during the time?
Yeah,
guys do that. It's close enough. People love Tahoe. Golf tournament goes on every year. It is close. And it's still California.
Napa. Yeah. Domas out there in Napa over there.
People love it there. Wouldn't surprise me if Domas ends up keeping that Napa place.
My hometown, Vallejo. I don't know how many NBA players currently residing in Vallejo, but there's some nice property overlooking the Carquinez Strait. So
yeah, UNE 40, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
That checks out. That checks out for sure.
And I'll just a couple on what Brendan says. I'm pretty sure Russell Westbrook, thank you for your career and your service. I'm pretty sure he doubled back and forth between Sacramento and LA and his year here as well.
Yeah, would not surprise me. So, I think you're right. It does have more to do with they've been a really bad on-court product. Like, OKC is probably appealing to people, and the Cell is not the city.
I remember, and I could be misremembering, and I know Jerry would know, and I hope he's not listening, and I hope he doesn't feel the need to correct me here. Hopefully I have this right. But even when they signed Vlade years ago, 1999, I thought Vlade wanted to be close to LA, and I think he was talking to Phoenix, and he ended up coming here, and part of it was just a hop, skip, and a jump from Los Angeles. So.
Not far. Easy commute, especially you got a lot of money going on, maybe taking a little flight or whatever it may be. Quick little 45 minutes, Done the flight once or twice. It's an easy one, Whitey.
Yeah. Not far to Las Vegas either. Last night, 49ers over Las Vegas 18-12. It's done now. It's okay. The preseason is over. 3 big takeaways from last night, according to NFL.com. Mendoza does nothing to steal the QB1 spot. Well, he wasn't going to anyway. I know that Coach Kubiak has yet to name a starter for Week 1. We know that Mendoza's not going to be the starter. I mean, because we had the coach last night saying he needs 3 more preseason games. So he's not ready. Clearly, he's not ready. Coach feels he's not ready. So you can couch it any way you want, and that's okay. It's rare for a quarterback to come in as a first pick on a bad team and, dominate anyway. And that's why they got Kirk Cousins, but that's not an issue. Yeah, Mendoza did nothing to steal the QB1 spot. That probably wasn't going to happen anyway.
I don't think so either, especially because he already had, I guess you would say, concerning performances prior to yesterday, right? It's already having that pick 6 and people being critical of those first ones. If he came out, he would have had to been absolutely ridiculous and show stealing yesterday to come out and overtake
concerning could be a matter of opinion.
Yeah,
but I mean, just if your objective is like he wasn't great. There's just no.
And that would have been the argument, right? It's, hey, one good game, one not so great game, and this is why he's going to take a little bit of time. He would have had to be ridiculous, and still it would have been, hey, second and third stringers he's going against.
57 yards, 7 of 14 passing with a passer rating of, do you know, Ramsey, what a good passer rating is?
I know perfect. It's 158.3.
Yeah. This was not perfect. It was 31.
Oh.
So, yeah.
I know that's not good.
It's not perfect.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Point number 2, Niners rookie running back had a few nice runs. Kalen Black generated a highlight or two in limited action. So he has been one of the highlights for the 49ers this preseason. And thirdly, not to pile on the Raiders, Mike Washington Jr. had another outstanding game. He's a player, Ramsey.
I mean, if for spells, when you need it, because the NFL has now proven that you need to have, in most circumstances, 2 viable running backs. He's a viable running back to spell Ashton Genty, and hopefully Ashton Genty is healthy enough to play in 2 weeks with the ankle sprain.
But they're not as worried about it as they would have been.
I'm not that concerned either. I'm glad it was reported as something further. But you need 2 running backs in the NFL to potentially be successful, and Mike Washington is hoping to prove that. and he's another Arkansas Razorback that is trying to have a successful season, just like we have here in Sacramento with Darius Acuff.
I want to say the days of the bell cow back are over, but let's face it, for the 49ers, and I know a lot of it is throwing them passes, but even though Kalen Black played well, it's going to be hard to get CMC to say, all right, yeah, I need a few plays off.
I mean, the caliber of player he is just, it's great. Kalen Black looks good, right?
Yeah.
Third string guy. James looks good. And it's just Christian McCaffrey's another animal. And how are you not going to have him out there and it be a massive drop-off, even if the other guys are productive? You know, can Kalen Black still catch some easy check down and make moves there? Like, probably. I think okay at picking up blitzes. Like Biederman's idea, Chris Biederman on his podcast was, well, maybe Kalen Black starts drives. Because if Christian McCaffrey starts out there and you try to pull him off the field, he's going to be like, no, I don't think so. I'm good. And so maybe you start with Kalen Black and then third down, all right, Christian McCaffrey, red zone, Christian McCaffrey. So maybe you get creative in how you do it. But, it's good fail-safe in case of injury because you have to imagine, they say it every year, but McCaffrey plays so much.
Yeah. Since I gave Mendoza's numbers from last night, in all fairness, I got to give Washington's preseason numbers. Mike Washington Jr., let's see here. Preseason total 23 carries, 168 yards, 7.3 yards per carry.
Oh,
that's nice.
That's nice. And here, just to double back, as we were just talking about the whole bell cow system, there's probably, I can name them potentially off on one hand, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Derrick Henry, potentially McCaffrey, and potentially James Cook are probably the 5 bell cow running backs that you have in the NFL. Outside of that, you've got some form of system of a main running back, but you got somebody spelling them as well.
Absolutely. As far as issues for the 49ers, the left guard position is still kind of iffy, kind of up in the air. And I know we talked with Chris Biederman about this. Alfred Collins and CJ West played a lot last night, which means they haven't been playing well. If the coaches have felt like they needed reps in that interior defensive line, they haven't been impressing the coaches. That's not good.
It's not. I'm a believer in you kind of win in the trenches. And for the
You're
Niners,
old school, aren't you?
I think so.
Yeah.
A little bit. Like basketball-wise, I'm like, hey, defense is what gets it done. Like I kind of like all the gritty, underappreciated stuff, and I feel like linemen fit that perfectly. And for the Niners to have a huge question mark in at least one spot, at least on both ends of their line, I think is pretty concerning. And that is the biggest flaw of the team to me. That's where I start to be like, okay, can they keep up with the Rams, the Seahawks, some of these other competitive teams? You're going to need somebody to fill one of those spots and outperform expectations.
You remind me of Jimmy Garoppolo. You got the good looks of the quarterback, but deep down you got the gritty linebacker mentality.
I'll take it. Garoppolo linebacker mentality. Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He played linebacker, I think, in high school.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. Yeah. That's the first time I've been compared to Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll tell you that, Whitey. That's for sure.
It looks like
I
you're
think
not
it's
sure.
a compliment.
Looks like you're not sure.
I'm just trying to figure out who Brock Purdy is now. Like, I got to watch my back a little bit. I don't know I don't know how to take. I didn't love Jimmy, not going to lie. As a player, person, fine. But the entire time, the entire experience, Whitey, I'm sitting there and I had one other Niner fan friend that felt the same way. Everybody's like, Jimmy's great. And the whole time I'm just like, this guy's not good enough, to be honest.
I wanted to, and I tried to, and I did my best, and now looking back on it, it's like, but it wasn't his fault.
It wasn't. I appreciated the effort. He got them to places that were extremely fun, the Super Bowl appearances, like, credit to him, but the entire time, I'm just like, man, it's not good enough. Like, you're seeing Mahomes on the other end, unfair bar, sure, but I'm just like, this guy's not the same caliber as any of these. And then Trey Lance, I'm like, oh my God, they're going to turn it around. And little did I know, Brock was the one that was going to change the fortune, I guess.
Well, I hope I didn't
yet.
offend you with that comparison. I did mean
only
it
a little bit.
mostly as a compliment. Yeah.
You're just like, we only have 20 minutes left.
Yeah.
I'll get over it.
When we come back, Bleacher Report has some new rankings here. The 10 worst futures in the NBA over the next 3 seasons. 10 worst futures in the NBA over the next 3 seasons. Guess who's number 1 or at the bottom of that list? We'll tell you next on Sactown Sports. Oh, great.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Mostly clear overnight tonight, with temperatures eventually dropping off into the mid to upper 50s by Saturday morning. And then we'll have mostly sunny skies with daytime highs in the upper 80s to around 90 degrees. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Bonnie presents the end of summer AC tune-up, and it's just $19.99. A thorough once-over, check performance, even catch potential problems. So when summer hits next year, you're ready to roll. Limited time offer, Bonnie.com. Summer restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer, and Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust. Along with my partner and associates, I have been helping accident survivors recover for their injuries for over 25 years. And we can help you. There's no charge for calling, so please call us today.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
High voltage live boxing action returns to the venue with Thunder Showdown number 5 on Saturday, September 5th. Uppercut Promotions lists 10 scheduled fights as a stacked lineup of pros presents a night of exhilarating boxing action you won't want to miss. You'll see some of Northern California's best pros, like undefeated fighters Kyle Lacanlale and Sergio Gonzalez, Sacramento heavyweight Blake McKernan, and much more. Don't miss Thunder Showdown number 5, Saturday, September 5th, coming to the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Fight card subject to change.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, tell me what's happening for the Make This the Summer Sales event.
Right now, you can save up to $19,000 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 1500 crew cabs. That means you can not only take home one of America's favorite trucks while saving thousands, you also get the 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. And we have new Rams starting as low as $35,995.
Wow, that's the biggest savings of the year. And I've not seen a warranty like that on a truck in a really long time.
That's why Ram is one of America's favorite trucks. Plus, with over 600 Rams available, your new Ram is waiting at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
19,000 total net savings on select new 2026 Ram 1500 crew cabs after dealer discount and factory incentive. Incentives may include 1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade. 500 military or first responder bonus cash for eligible members. At least 5 this net savings. $35,995 price for 2026 Ram 1500 tradesman. VIN number 421999. Excludes tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder. Thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration.
Thunder.
The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Wrap things up here with this from Bleach Report. They're ranking NBA teams in terms of how bright their futures are over the next 3 years. They have the Kings. They have the Kings at the bottom of the list, right, Brendan?
They do.
They have the Kings.
They do, dead last.
And this was written by Grant Hughes, who's probably one of Alan's buddies. Alan knows all. He runs with all the Bleach Report people. When I'm gone, Alan has just Bleach Report guy after Bleach Report guy on here.
And they're always like, who is this guy? Why is this guy acting like he knows me? What's going on here?
But they have bottom 5, if you will, for what it's worth. They have the Bucks, and they have Phoenix, the Nets, the Pelicans, and the Kings. I'll tell you what, if you just look at the financial situation that the Kings are looking at, with Zach coming off the books, right, Brendan, and also with DeAndre Hunter coming off the books, I mean, that opens up a lot of cash right there.
Yeah, you still have the year after you got Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk coming off.
So I'm going to strongly disagree with this.
I would agree. A lot of the reasoning here is essentially their skepticism about ownership,
low-hanging fruit,
and 13 years of them not being successful under Vivek. But it does even acknowledge that it says the quote: "The Kings are in a far better shape than teams like the Phoenix Suns in the draft asset category." They're only one of their future firsts they don't control is in 2031. Levine's contract expires after this season. Acuff might turn into something, but they are skeptical because of the ownership in place. And I think that just simply you look at the teams and they are in a better spot than the New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah.
Right? They have the Acuff piece at very least. Zion is extremely TBD. What is that going to be? I think the Phoenix Suns maybe should be at the bottom of the list. They are the most in limbo team right now. Their future assets are very dry. They have Devin Booker. Are they going to reroute him? Or are they going to keep paying him $70-80 million a year?
And their owner could be facing some financial limitations here.
Yeah, could be. Like he very much could end up being a Bradley Beal situation where I think Book is a phenomenal player, but how much are we paying him? Are we going to reach a point where this becomes a bad contract? And so, like, Brooklyn, I think, deserves to be higher than the Kings. I think they have a lot of exciting pieces. Michael, Yegor Demon, and some interesting pieces over there. Shout out Keon Ellis, I guess. But, I mean, I think the Kings, we're talking the next 3 years, I don't think they're going to be great. But by the time that third year comes around, if we revisit this in 3 years, I think the Kings will be in a better spot than maybe 10 teams in the league.
Obviously, a lot of it hinges on just how good of a pick Darius Acuff will turn out to be. And I do think, as you pointed out, this Bleacher Report rating, they have the Kings low partly because, well, it's the Kings. It's that old standby, low-hanging fruit, national media. Well, it's the Kings. And as you said, they point out that, Vivek has not overseen a lot of success here. And that's fair. I mean, that's true. And I know you heard this. This is one of the things that I was talking about with Jay last week. It's a fact. The Kings right now have an owner who has not overseen a lot of success, and they have a general manager who, as an individual, just from the show himself, has not had a lot of success. He's had some success in New York, and you have a coach who hasn't had a lot of success yet. So it's a really interesting time for the Kings because you got your three, principals here, your owner, your GM, and your coach, and they're unproven. It doesn't mean they're terrible. Doesn't mean, this is awful. It's going nowhere. But they all have a lot to prove.
They do. I think one of the biggest signs of success that we could see 3 years down the line, I'll throw both. If Scott Perry and Doug Christie are still both in their current roles, that has been a success, right? Doug is the one where I would be surprised. And Scott, I might also be surprised just because of the history of the team. Like, you can point at Vivek. You can also just be like, well, they haven't had the same GM in place for very long. How can these guys see their vision through? Scott Perry's been very blunt of like, hey, this is going to take some time.
Right.
And is he going to be here long enough and have a long enough leash in order to do that? Because if that's the case, like the process they're going through right now, they don't reach that full reset for another 2 more years when all those contracts come off the book. Not just Zach and Hunter, but like we mentioned, Domas and Malik fall into that as well. So if Scott Perry is still around in the 3 years that they're projecting out here, I think that will mean that the Kings are trending upwards and should be ranked a lot higher than last in future projections at that point.
The only one of their future firsts, as I think you pointed out, Brendan, that they don't control is in 2031, according to this piece. I actually give Monty a lot of credit for that. I think Monty did a good job, even though there are some things maybe he could have gotten done that he didn't. He did protect their future draft assets.
At very least, he didn't leave them in a spot where it's like, hey, well, good luck because you got nothing else moving forward. So in controlling all their own picks, I believe that 2031 is a swap owed to the Spurs, if I'm remembering correctly, which could end up being very interesting. You'd imagine the Kings would probably be a worse team, but 2031 is a good ways away. We'll see what happens in the time until then, but they have control. There's not a reason to rush moving off of these contracts. You're not about to go and trade Domas for another bat for Jakob Poeltl if it doesn't mean that I'm also taking on additional assets. The Kings can wait and be patient. Maybe they won't land any stars in free agency or anything, but you can try to rebuild your team, get your top players through the draft in those years. And once salary fills up, it's, hey, let's go find the right complementary pieces around them.
It sounds like Jerry Reynolds thinks Coach Christie has a reasonable chance to win more games than people expect this year. Will that be enough? Even if that happens, will that be enough? I don't know, but it's an interesting point Jerry made. Look, he says the expectations are so low. If he doesn't have to win a ton of games, doesn't have to win 50. If he wins, 30-something, that could still be an example of, hey, he won a lot more games than people thought you're going to win.
Yeah, the key wording being the end there, right, of than people thought. And that was Jerry's whole point, is because the expectations are so low, as you just said, that's where they could outperform it. And it makes me I wonder what internal expectations are.
Yeah,
because that's where it gets different, right? Is, well, what are they actually expecting of Doug Christie, the people that hire and decide his future in the league? So curious to see how that'll pan out. But I still, even if they can win a lot more than the 22 they're projected, I really struggle to imagine a world where Doug does well enough to stick around, to be honest, because I think this is still a very flawed roster that probably is going to change drastically at the deadline as well.
I still don't know if he's actually Scott Perry's guy. I don't know that he ever was.
I mean, I don't think there's a reason. We don't have any reason to believe that he is, to be honest. Well, I mean, he kept him around, but I do not choose to believe that Scott came in and was like, man, we went through everybody and Doug is the one that I want. He was just kind of already there. And Scott said differently. Scott said that he picked him, he did the process. I just struggle to believe it with the history of the team.
Really?
Yeah, crazy how that works, huh? Yeah.
Good luck to Sac State tomorrow.
Absolutely.
One
Great
of only
field.
8. It's week 0, which is one of the weirdest things in sports. Week 0 of the college football season. It's not week 1, but some teams playing their first games. Only 8 games tomorrow. Sac State won them against Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, apparently you do a 3-hour show if we're counting hour 0.
That's
we're wrapping up hour 3
That's
right now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Brendan, for helping us out this week. Can't tell you how much we appreciate it.
No problem. Glad to be on here. You're a great point guard, Whitey. They need to fill that backup spot still. I think you're a good candidate.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Ramsey. Thank you for being with us. Stick around. We're going to tee it up with Golf to Go. Coming up next on Sactown Sports. 4 left. Sorry, I meant right. My bad.
SactownSports.com is your online home for sports in Sacramento. Dive deep into the Kings, 49ers, Raiders, Giants, Athletics, and more with your favorite local personalities and some of the most trusted sports voices in the community. Stream Sactown Sports 1140. Watch original video content and read in-depth analysis all in one location. SactownSports.com. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Sactown, High Flyer here. Something big is coming. On September the 2nd, DraftKings Games Day arrived a massive deal, exclusive deals, and all-day celebration built for fans in sports. The countdown has begun. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember the date, September the 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, new era, and big day in sports history. Get pumped. Get ready to celebrate new DraftKings customers. Sign up with code Sactown. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That code, once again, Sactown, in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offers by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Tradings involve risk of loss, market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable prediction dollars that expires in 1 year. Terms, dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow golfers, for your entertainment.
It's the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa, brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Welcome in. Thanks for listening to all of you. This is the Golf to Go Radio Hour on Sactown Sports 1140. I'm Frank LaRosa. My buddy Scott Marsh is always with me, and we're going to spend some time talking about golf and golf-related ideas and thoughts in the next hour. And Scott, I noticed the other morning that it was kind of a little chilly, and I wouldn't say fall is here, but there's kind of a hint in the air that the days hours are shortening, and so the thought of afternoon golf is probably going to go away pretty soon.
Hopefully not too soon, but you're right. It is weird that it is darker later in the morning and darker earlier at night. I don't like that. I love the long days because you can play more throughout the day. So it's something you're going to have to prepare for sure.
There have been thoughts and suggestions and back and forth about always or staying on daylight savings time all the time. And I think even the world of golf has made efforts with the legislature to